Welcome to our first ever all music level showcase on this stream. The timing of it is no accident because we have, of course, just recently returned from a break off the stream of about 2 weeks where I had some audio problems to sort out because on the previous Maker stream we just had the sound cutting out pretty much every 5 minutes or so, and it was an absolute disaster. So we'll see if some of those issues are fixed, and we are going to learn about it the hard way. And we're going to also play a level that I kind of wanted to do about a week ago, if I were able to stream, which I wasn't. Just because it would have been very timely at the top of July to play Death to Spy's Blame Canada, which is from TM06, which I believe is Team Music 6, and was a project that was dedicated entirely to levels that are from musicals. So, we'll see what that's all about in just a moment. And we'll heed that apology. I'm so sorry, Canadian friends. This is the only musical I know. Let's take a look. And so we'll see. I've got a whole list of music makers to get through today, and if the audio holds up, then things will be fine. If it doesn't, things will be not so fine. It also bears mentioning that this kind of music platformer is the kind of level I am very worst at. Hello, Chusolo. Chusolo, we're not running an open queue today, but if you have a music level to recommend, I may be able to slot it in after this one. Viewer levels, as in the full viewer level stream, returns tomorrow and the day after in the same time slot. Yeah, today I'm just running a bit of a technical test to get the stream back in order after a bit of an absence for various technical issues. But yeah, glad to have you around. Like I said, viewer levels will be back in full tomorrow and the day after, assuming that we don't have any other major technical issues. Still kind of getting warmed up, of course, because I haven't played this game in about a week and a half now, which is longer than usual, considering how much of my life Mario Maker has been taking up over the past 2 years. Okay. Yeah, pretty recognizable kind of poison mushroom music level that was seen from Death to Spies many times over by now. But every time with a slightly different track. And every time we're hopefully getting slightly better at playing this sort of thing. Very similar, in fact, to the Celeste level that Death to Spies built for YMM. We totally missed a key for the key door. We may go over this quickly just to see if we can find the key. And yes, Mang, it is indeed music time. For as long as the music is actually able to play, which may or may not be the case depending on how well we have fixed things up. Wow, losing a whole 12 seconds there, but then going through the key door would of course save a couple of those seconds. Let's run this again. Might as well blame Canada a second time. So yeah, for those of you coming in, do let me know if sound is working. If there's any distortion, if it's lower pitched than usual, higher pitched than usual, or if it's really noticeably laggy behind the action. These are all things that I would like to know. Because part of why we're running this stream is to make sure that everything with my most recent repair is in order before we get back into the viewer level streams this weekend. Now, I don't even know where we should have been looking for the key. I'm not necessarily going to comb through this really carefully, but I do want to see if we missed anything, because I hadn't really thought about looking for the secret my first time through. And so I wasn't very attentive to where the secret's placement could even be. But we'll look for something that we can hit in order to grab a key. I don't see it yet. Okay. More poison mushrooms. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a key location anywhere, really. It may be bumping a note block somewhere, if it is hittable, but I feel like it's probably something that's going to be a little bit more conspicuous. It may or may not be something in the first tab. I really have no idea, but if I can't really find it, then, well, we'll just blame Canada and move on with our lives. Whoops. Okay, up we go. Yeah, for some reason, it's definitely very common to a lot of the Death to Spies music levels that they are done in this theme, in SMB 1 Night, and I wonder how much of it is because of the tempo control that you can have with the slightly different physics interactions. I don't know if that actually makes a difference to any of the music setups that are going on here, but because I'm not really somebody who knows the technical side of the music level making. Part of it, of course, is that in terms of entity usage, the entity budget of the instruments isn't going to cut into the obstacles that you can create for the platforming with things like the poison mushrooms. So that would be one reason why you would want to use this theme as a music maker, is if you're very conscious of entity budget and you're blowing most of it on the instrument set already, you still want some kind of challenge, in the way that it's going to come is through the poison mushrooms. So yeah, I don't see the key at all. I have no conception of where it might be. Let's just move on for now, and we can come back some other day. So yeah, I'm not going to dwell on Death to Spies for too long today. We do play these levels fairly regularly. It tends to be a mix of flight levels and music levels. I'm quite behind on them. I've missed a lot of the recent ones. But we'll go through some of the James Bond set, because Death to Spies is evidently a big 007 fan. And so you've got You Know My Name here from TMC5. I believe that's when Team Music had a set that was for film music, specifically. And there are some other Bond ones as well, I think, that are further down the list. We can do a whole bunch of them if they are reasonably short. Arm yourself, because no one else here will save you. And once again, we're back in SMB 1 at night. Is my sound still working? We'll see. Seems so. Okay. This, of course, is the theme from the film Casino Royale. And... okay. It really occurs to me, thinking about this now, that I have no memory at all of what the theme song was to the most recent 007, which was Spectre. I'd probably remember it if I heard it, but off the top of my head, I just don't recall. Or for that matter, for Quantum of Solace, but I haven't really even thought about Quantum of Solace since it came out in cinemas originally. Cordial Snail, welcome. Yeah, Cordial Snail, glad to hear that things are operational on your end. And okay. Notice the hearts blinking in this level is actually very similar to the credit sequence in the original film, because the Casino Royale opening credit sequence is themed around poker. And so you have the suits here. You have the hearts and the diamonds. I don't know if we're going to see the spades and the clubs, but we'll keep our eye out for something like that. So despite a lot of the repetition between levels when it comes to the platforming style itself, the kind of poison mushroom interaction that we've talked about previously, there are these little aesthetic elements that Death to Spies tends to put in these levels to make them distinct. Mamuga, welcome. Mamuga, you usually have pretty sharp ears for when my audio is off, like when it's not the right pitch or anything like that, or if it's really lagging behind. We are looking for those issues today. because, of course, I just tried to do a couple of fixes on the hardware side to get some of the streaming issues sorted out after the disastrous stream that we had at the end of June, when my sound was blinking off every 5 minutes. So yeah, if it sounds great, that's very good news. And hopefully it will stay that way, because we're just going to be running all music levels today. And part of it is a stress test to see how well the stream is going to hold up under these conditions. If things are going to fail, we want them to fail spectacularly. So, oh, whoops, totally missing the on-off switch there as we get into the second section of the song. So yeah, I really do wonder if we're going to see the spades and clubs, although that'll be some kind of background that's black on black. Up we go. Really love the mixing of this track, love the percussion in the back. Okay. And in we go. Is this going to be a new era of great audio? No. Ah, here's the other suits we talked about. Well, I don't know. Part of why I wanted to get this sorted out was because we are going to be recording a whole set of indie games over the next 2 weeks or so. And I really didn't want sound to cut out for that, because I was really looking forward to some of the new video game music that we're going to encounter with those selections as well. Mang, I know you had asked previously whether I'm going to spoil the indie game selection in advance, and the answer is yes. I am going to announce what we're doing at the end of this stream, assuming we can get to the end of this stream without any massive technical failures that knock me totally offline. So yes, that announcement is coming, and it will also be on the Discord at the end of the stream sometime over the next day. But yeah, we've got a lot of content planned. It's going to take us through the next 2 or 3 weeks or so, and once again we missed the bonus key door. Yeah, it's always a bit of a risk to play music levels, or was a bit of a risk back when my sound was just failing constantly, but if things are fixed today, then I certainly want to record as much as I can while everything is still working. And yeah, we will bring it directly to you. Let's do more Bond. Death Despise clearly loves all the 007, will certainly comply, and leave all these levels shaken, not stirred. This was also from TMC5, which was Team Music's cinematic special. I actually don't remember much about this sort of middle period of the Bond films, so I don't know if I actually would recognize the theme from A View to a Kill. But maybe I will, so. I tend to know the earlier Bond much better, like the Connery era, and Death Despise has a couple of those tracks as well. I think the coverage of the Bond franchise is quite extensive at this point. Also, this is going to be a nice change because it's going to be in the snow theme rather than a night theme. Let's have a slippery ski hill experience. There are so many Bond films with ski hills that I actually can't remember if this was one of them. Alright, let's go. And up we go. Nice to have a bit of a different enemy set to work with this time too. Okay. Going much better than usual, but these are also designed to be a little bit more on the relaxed side. And here we are in the night theme once again. Yeah, fantastic audio mixing on this, in fact. From what I can hear locally, I hope you're able to pick up that level of detail as the viewer. I usually don't stream with a headset on, but I definitely needed to for this stream because I wanted to appreciate the audio work in these levels as much as I could. We'll grab a star at the end. That's a clear. You'd never seen a Bond movie. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a franchise that's been through quite a lot. In that, very early on, it ran out of a lot of the original spy novel material by Ian Fleming. And then the film franchise has really kind of taken on its own identity ever since. And each period of 007 with each actor is very distinct in terms of its tone, its character, its thematic concerns. I mean, the Daniel Craig sub-series that has gone on since Casino Royale is very much his own thing in some ways. I have some problems with the way it's written, but in terms of the film itself, the series of films itself, like, they are much more self-contained and interconnected relative to the rest of the series. So, hey, Meng, I'm sure you want to hear this. Sonic's Ice Cap medley. Ice Cap, of course, from Sonic 3 being one of the most popular sources for video game remixes all the way back to the earliest days of the video game remix scene. It was just all over the place back in the early days of OC Remix and other communities like that. Let's have a listen. You always switch to headphones when playing music levels? Yeah, a very good idea. Because you really do need that to pick out a lot of the sound balance that the makers are going for. You know, to really hear the full bass and treble and all the detail in the instrument set. This is really just an auto-scroller that we'll just have a listen and rock out to it. Not actually built as auto-scroll, in fact, because the scrolling there is just controlled entirely by, whoops, the skull platform. Alright, let's mind our head here. Okay. Yeah, let's control our jumps a little bit better there. Needed to shave off a little bit of height going into that element. And through we go. Let's remember to jump after hitting the snowball. Electrodude, welcome. Electrodude, since you are here, we'll be sure to get some Toho levels in here later. I actually did have some picked out, even though I don't really know the music myself. Let's, once again, shave that jump. Electrodad. Not to be confused with Octodad. Okay. Boom Boom. So between the Sonic theme and the Boom Booms strategically placed here, this is one that I'd be surprised, actually, Meng, if you haven't played this one already. Okay. Up we go. No, I still need to jump out of that, obviously. Don't know why I think I can just give this a kick. You have played this? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, up we go. And up we go again. And that's it. You think you left a Sonic drawing? Yeah, let's check the comments. It's an extremely popular level, so it might be buried pretty deep, but we'll take a look. $100 comments here. Okay, let's scroll down and see what we can uncover. Oh, gotta go fast. Some people love Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Some others are maybe slightly less passionate about the material. I recognize this guy. Looks kind of like Cold Steel. I'm playing as Sonic, ha ha ha. Love how many seriouslys there are. I'm actually kind of surprised that this gets through the Nintendo filter. This guy broke his Switch. But then if he broke his Switch, how did he leave the comment? Yeah, this was sort of informally a Sonic art contest. Skelthane we're going to see a little bit of later. I do have Skelthane marked out as one of the codes we'll be looking at today. And yeah, still looking for a Manghog somewhere. Maybe you didn't leave one. But maybe you're all the way at the bottom. What is this? Yeah, I actually do agree with this guy. But we're partisan in that way. So yeah, Meng, I don't see your Sonic there. I think you might want to fix that. We'll probably do just one more from Debts of Spies. The Sean Connery Bond medley was uploaded, as I recall, actually fairly shortly after Sean Connery had died last year. I remember seeing this come up, but I was, of course, inactive at the time and off stream. So, at last, let's catch up with it. Music from Thunderball, Goldfinger, and You Only Live Twice. Electrodude, go ahead and post that. I'm not running the queue bot, but I am totally taking recommendations. And you're right, I may or may not have it on my list. Love that introduction. And Furia, welcome. And here's Goldfinger. Goldfinger compositionally, I think, still one of the great film themes in general, actually, not just in terms of 007 music, but just very harmonically rich. Oh, I should have hit the POW block at the end there, actually. If there is some kind of secret, we should hit the POW block and at least drop the coins. It might reveal something like a key. Whoops. This is, of course, You Only Live Twice. This segment. And, you know, most of the time when I play music levels in Mario Maker, I don't actually recognize a lot of the material unless it's from other Nintendo games. And so it's kind of nice to have some material that I can, in fact, follow. Here's 007. And look at that, 7 1-ups. How appropriate. Green Heroes, welcome. Mooga, you drank an anti-sleep bomb. That sounds spectacular. Yeah, I guess the POW block just was for the big coin drop then, because at the end of the Goldfinger segment, you robbed the bank, right? Like, that's got to be the idea behind that. We've totally failed to do that because I just skipped the POW block. But I think that's what that's all about. Electrodude, let's look at that code. So yeah, people coming in a little bit later, do let me know if audio is totally functional. Hopefully it's an improvement over the situation that we had previously, where on the very last stream, before I kind of took a bit of an enforced technical break for about 2 weeks, we were cutting out once every few minutes, as some of you will remember. We're luckily not having that problem today yet. I actually kind of recognize this code, I think. Ah, okay, no, I have not played this, but I know who Kaito is. I've seen them all over the leaderboards sometimes. Not the leaderboards, I think, because I don't really check the leaderboards. I've definitely seen them elsewhere. Probably from interacting with some of the other Japanese makers. But anyway, here's a second anniversary. Of course, second anniversary of Mario Maker 2, as you can see from the upload date of the 28th of June. It's a Touhou level with Sene's theme, Faith is for the transient people. I've never played a Touhou game, but Electrodude keeps introducing me to this stuff, and the music is always rocking, so... Let's take a look. A little over 3 minutes, this will be interesting. And yeah, Green Hero is very satisfied with some of the Death to Spies catch-up that we've been doing so far. You found your drawing and it was on a different Sonic level. Okay. Now we know. I will admit, even as somebody who's traditionally been very much a Nintendo side partisan, that the music has really been one of the Sonic series' great successes. Anyways, boss fight. I can see why Electrodude likes this level. Not just for the music, but because, you know, as a Touhou-themed level, you just dodge projectiles all day until something activates. There is a bit of a safe zone in the middle, I think, if we just kind of stay out of range of the fire bars completely. We'll just be cautious about that. And just kind of control center. This is a pretty fantastic track. Okay. Oh, whoops. Got whacked at long last. I'm pretty sure this is just a survival fight, as I can see, yeah, that we're just waiting for the bomb activation to be set aflame, as far as I can tell, yeah. Here we go. And, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because that's just for symmetry, those stores there. And here's a little bit of an ending theme, I guess. Or just a middle portion before we pass the checkpoint. Yeah, I saw the 3-minute record on this, and I was definitely wondering what I was in for. We have a huge vertical looping segment here. Okay. Yeah, I think I must have played some of Kaito's other levels before. I definitely recognized him as a maker. Possibly from being sent as a recommendation previously. Okay. Here we are. And we'll just keep on dodging. And I'll keep up with chat in a little bit. I'm a bit behind right now because, of course, I'm dodging projectiles, and I can't glance over too much. But I'll catch up on what you're saying in just a moment. You have a code for another music level with boss gameplay? Yeah, Furia, you're welcome to send it. Like I said, I'm not running the Qbot, but I don't mind taking some recommendations, since some of you folks clearly have some that you want to show me. You love this song and the level? Yeah, I completely expected that. So, yeah, it tells you at the top that it's going to be 40 seconds of survival, and then it drops you into a different zone after loading in the same track. Now, that's very neat in terms of saving entities by recycling the same track through the same drop-in segment. That allows you to come down to a totally different survival challenge as you get the scroll break in the bottom of the vertical zone. Now, as we can see, with the door exit as well as just the ground tiles on the bottom, it's not going to break any further than this. But it means that you can squeeze a really surprising amount of level out of what is already a very budget-heavy music setup. In a way that actually kind of reminds me of what Ren did with Mortal Koopas, which kind of applied a similar method to its vertical looping zone. And that's a GG. That looks like a hard mode. Let's do it. Of course we're doing it. No, that's just THX. Okay. Ah, I see. So, yeah, the one coin here is probably... I don't know if it's doing any kind of entity control. But anyway, it's just going to give you that little end segment there that kicks you out the door. Thank you for the GGs. And thank you especially, Electrodude, for the recommendation. Okay, Furia, let's take a look at what you wanted to show me. That's going to be Q and J. And CS. 9. H, F. Okay, so very luckily for you, this actually was on my list to do today, because I had just found out about Zenmai's profile within the past week, really. And I looked at that list and thought, okay, this is one of the Japanese makers who is doing a lot of looping structures, and I haven't played his levels before, and I saw that his list was just incredibly popular, so I guess we'll bring that up on the agenda and play this one, and probably go through some of Zenmai's other levels as well. So, versus King DDD and Master DDD. We'll see if my memory of the Kirby soundtrack is going to serve me at all here. Just over 10,000 footprints on this one. Very, very popular. Oh, nice little entry zone, very much like a Kirby boss entry, in fact. Okay, we're going to be pushed by the screen edge. DDD. And, okay, there we go. Nice usage of Morton as DDD, actually, even if he's not going to be sending anything forward in terms of spike balls. The fire is a decent enough analog to DDD's various hammer interactions. Natcat, welcome. And yeah, Natcat, this is the first Zenmai level that I've played, but I've had his list marked out as something that I wanted to do in this stream specifically. I don't play music platforming levels very often because I tend to be fairly bad at them, and also because of the audio problems we previously had with the stream that made them such an unreliable experience. And so it's kind of nice to just have a day to feature as much as we can and catch up on some of the music-centric makers that I don't really know well. Anyway, this is going to be a series of on-off switches that drop the muncher. That we can see pretty instantly. Of course, just got totally zoned out here by the mix of the projectiles and the mecha. There we go. Nope. Yeah, let's just activate the mecha strategically. And there we go. Yeah, Meng, you say a long time no see to Netcat, almost as though you were just on Netcat's stream. Netcat, hope your streaming has been going well, by the way. Actually, you were both here yesterday when I was playing Scrabble, so long time no see to both of you as well. Love how you get the Kirby ending chime as well, where you can just pretend that 8-bit Mario here is doing the little Kirby dance, going back and forth. Yeah, you kind of wish that the Master DDD part could play faster, given the tempo of the original track. Totally understandable. Let's take a look at a few more by Zenmai, since we've pulled up the code already. Look at this, closing in on 1 million likes. Yeah, of course, with a lot of these big Japanese makers, I do often just have to play them manually myself by digging up their codes, because, of course, the Japanese makers don't really submit to streams like mine. So, as always, nice to catch up on some of them. Let's take a look at the secret boss from the Champion's Ballad. Or the Iggy version, which will be Monk Iggy Kosha. This one is great? Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm sort of favoring the things that we'll actually recognize. We won't just be doing things I recognize, of course. Like the Toho levels are all new material to me and are always consistently great. Love these little bump interactions here, like the way the scroll was taking you through the bumpers in a previous level. Yeah, despite having played at the Champion's Ballad at launch, this is actually not a track I know that well. Yeah, I love that you have a couple of really active interactions here. We do need to pop the switch again, of course. Spaced out very conveniently here. Yeah, I like that you actually have to be somewhat engaged with this level in terms of understanding the various interactions. I think we do need to swat a bomb through. Nope. Let's pipe it up, and there we are. Okay, I'm going to boom that boom. Looks like it's going to be an entity block zone, as you can see with the red pipe over to the bomb that's going to activate once Boom Boom gets out of the way. Okay, we'll let the spike ball do its business. Let's send it back as well, just to see what happens. I think if we get rid of the blaster, we might actually be able to do something with that, or... probably not. The blaster is just going to be in the way, unless we blow up the bottom with a bomb down here instead. And we'll set one down in this location. Looks like the idea is that we want to deflect a spike ball and have it go to the right and hit the jump block for me from the side, which will likely give me something like a vine. There we go. And we're going to have another massive vertical loading zone. You know, the thing that always impresses me about these music loop levels is they seem like they're just this total pain to debug when you're putting them together as a platforming experience. Like, you really do have to have a good intuition for everything you're doing to put them together and have them work as expected. And also that you're so limited in terms of entity space that it feels like, you know, people who are making these are always very budget crunched, but then they find very inventive ways to work around that with a lot of repeated looping structures and other inventive devices. Now, we need to drop things a couple times, I think, with multiple switch activations. We'll take one sword refresh at a time. I said one at a time, not two, but we'll totally blow that. Of course, it looks like we do get some additional sword refreshes as we go, in case we do take some damage. I think I needed to, yeah, let's check back up top again once I have the pipe within view. Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to repeat this interaction unless I'm trying to dispense more swords. I think I just need to pop him here, yeah. Okay, now I see how this works. The idea is, and I can jump off the missile for this, or not. Yeah, the idea is that you use the on-off switch to dispense additional swords in the event that you lose access to one. So you always want to have a sword on backup. Once you have a sword on backup, then you just get up there in the off state and shoot Iggy. And that's all there is to it. Let's not lose this sword, so. But the idea is that I do want to dispense additional swords, so we have a bit of a safety buffer to work with. And then we'll go up there with the switch set to off, like this. And you have an additional sword up here as well. I should actually send a bomb through rather than an arrow, just to maximize damage. Whoops. No, that's not going to hit. In fact, it's going to be perfectly spaced to not hit. Let's go back down. And we consume both swords, so let's make sure we get a couple of power-up refreshes here. Oh, nope. Okay, now we're in trouble. Is there an additional sword that's going to be dispensed? No, I think we just lose, so... Unless we, of course, do this and grab a sword this way. Okay, glad that's actually salvageable and is not really strictly an SD lock. You have to be fairly careful as Small Mario, of course. Let's drop another one. Again, just to put something on backup. We're going to spend that right away. Yeah, I would like a bit of a backup buffer just to make sure we don't get ourselves into a difficult position. Okay. Yeah, so just going to dispense an additional sword, switch everything back to off, and then we'll go back up there and just shoot him. Nope. Yeah, I kind of like this two-stage interaction here, where, you know, the stuff I'm doing here and making my own life harder is totally optional in some ways. You can just be really accurate. Now that's really nice, that reactivation from registering one of the 3 main hits onto Koopaling. That his shell hit is actually going to reactivate this and make it so that you can't just spam indefinitely up top without a reset into technically phases 2 and 3. I guess the big hits 2 and 3, you could call it. Okay. Fantastic boss design, actually. You know, in terms of having multiple kinds of interactions, having a very distinct phase structure to it. And yeah, just something that's very active on board. Nope. Okay, we're in trouble. Let's try to get back up. I can actually just raise the seesaw on the right side, and it should give me enough height to go back up there to the on-off switch manually. And that's probably the safer method of doing that, if I do want to dispense some additional swords. The bomb is probably the best method when we have access to Link. When we're being incautious, however, that may not be the case. Also, I like how the early puzzle section of the level does remind you of what that seesaw interaction is going to be before you get to the boss and have to apply it again. So, you know, by the time you're at the boss, you have a total understanding of what that interaction is going to be, since you already needed to use it in very recent memory. Whoops, no. Okay, 3 swords there, not to be confused with this 4 swords, or 4 swords adventures. Okay, let's just not get zoned out here. Alright. Nope. Once again, totally getting zoned out. Let's not consume all swords at once. I probably should be using my shield a lot more often than I am. Okay. Let's time ourselves a little bit better here. Get back up there. And start shooting. Okay. And there we go, that's the key. You like how the music changes when you hit the on-off? Yeah, that's a very nice subtle touch. I love how you get the master cycle at the end as well, just like you do at the end of the original fight. Very lovely touch. And there you go, another fantastic track on a fantastic level. And that is La Fin. Let's see some more. We have another Kirby one here. We should take a look at some more bosses, actually. I don't know what this is. We might rock out to it anyway, but... here's another Zelda boss, though. Let's take a look at the Zelda boss, the Molduga battle, in the desert theme, as you might expect. I certainly think so. Anyway. This one looks like it's going to be tuned to a bit shorter, given the 35-second record, but we'll see how it goes. And thank you once again for all the GGs. Green Hero is something you like with the track-based music is how much customization you can create with a tempo. Yeah, exactly. I love how sophisticated that tech has become instead of, you know, a lot of those auto-scroll-based methods that were the first things that people figured out back in Maker 1. all of the new scrolling and scroll breaking tech, as well as the vertical zones here in Maker 2, just open up so many possibilities, and I think that the music genre has really benefited from Maker 2 quite a lot more than a lot of the other formats have. Love the rhythm in this track as well, just the amount of granularity that you can get into the syncopation. It's just such a pleasure to listen to. Alright, let's get in close. I should be able to hit the on-off switch with a bomb now that I've opened up that location. I think that's the idea, given the cannon that we eventually want to drop down to conveyors. I think, though, that the way I should be doing this, with my limited number of swords here, is to blow up the block that is to the left of the donut blocks. Okay, we need to fix the correct direction first of all, though. It's gonna be hard to get in close. There we go. So if I blow that up, I might be able to open up a little bit more space to drop a bomb in that location, either up high or down low. And I'll have a little bit more flexibility to be working with here. Okay, so we're going to get into another phase after the on-off switch. Is going to be an arrow phase by the looks of it. The arrow phase is going to require that I sit on top of the donut blocks, which is going to be a bit of an unstable location and one that's going to put me at risk. Looks like we have a bit of a limit on how quickly we can get through that phase as well before we cycle through here. Yeah, it looks like that's just sort of an extra chance to hit him with the arrow. So if you want to speed through it like the 35-second guy, then that's how you would do it. Okay, let's try to get in close. Not that close. And yeah, so that's going to push out. Is it pushing out on a regular cycle, though? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we need to do something a little bit different here. Okay. And yeah, Furia, that was the case. That's something with that cannon layering tech just did not pass muster with Nintendo. Like, one of the interactions seemed to use one of the one of the kind of super fast collision mechanics or hyperspeed mechanics. I think that it just got picked up by Nintendo and got wiped, which is really a shame. Definitely put some time pressure on us to be recording as much of Kenna's work as we can while it still exists, really. Okay, let's drop it there before we have the blaster push out. There we go. Now, this is the only phase in which we're able to hit Ludwig, I think. And then now we just no longer have any swords, so I think I just take the death. I've been trying to dodge everything on the right side so intensely that I probably haven't been paying enough attention to what's going on in terms of the actual damage interaction that we have against Ludwig. I think the only damage phase that we have is when we raise him with the on-off switch, such that I get a couple of arrow shots down on the top. And so the fact that we haven't hit any arrow shots does mean that I'm a long way from actually finishing this. Also, there is a bit of an instructional notice as you come down on the left side, telling you to drop the bomb in case you, for some reason, don't know or don't remember the input. But it does specify that the bomb blast radius is the thing you should be working with here. Also, we don't need to jump. We can, in fact, throw from this location, and that's a very important thing to remember. Because one of the reasons that I had so many problems earlier was because we were jumping around during the throw. And we don't need to do that. The more risky segment, of course, is just trying to hit with the arrow. So yeah, we'll just try to find a good timing here before everything gets pushed. That should do it. Nope, not quite. Yeah, very tricky here. Okay, not quite. There we go, that should do it. Let's get in position. Yeah, one hit with the arrow like that, that's not going to do it for us. Could wind up being a very long fight. And yeah, I'll catch up on what you're saying in chat about the glitches in just a moment. I'm a little bit fixated on this at the moment. So. Also, using the sword to get rid of the cannonballs is something I should be doing more of, as well as shielding my ways out of some of the projectiles, I think. Not really playing defensively enough. Okay, losing that. No, just trying to get in position where the arrow shot is quite difficult here. Okay, that's okay. We lost a sword, but we have, as I was saying earlier, 4 swords. No, we should actually gain a little bit of height so we can send a bomb over the blaster as it's coming down. Like that. Nope. Yeah, just missing every shot here. Whoops. You saw Composer struggle at this, and he's good at bullet hells, yeah. I mean, the one thing that I have the most trouble with when it comes to Link's moveset is the diagonal arrow shot, especially the diagonal arrow shot in midair. So, I have a lot of trouble with that input, especially when you're jumping around on an unstable surface. So. We might be here a while, but we'll try to beat this. This is definitely one of the more interesting boss designs I've seen. Okay. Even though we have lots of trouble with the arrow shot, and then of course now we are just dead. I'm pretty sure that's not recoverable after you lose access to all the swords. I am kind of glad that it is not just an infinitely refreshing power-up. I do like the difficulty tuning of having a generous but finite number of swords to work with. And yeah, there's an arrow clue on the right side and a bomb clue on the left side, as you can see. Okay. But yeah, getting into position for the arrow shot is going to be the toughest thing to work with here. Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen, actually, Composer stream this game, but Composer doesn't tend to be on at the times, I think, that I can usually make on Twitch. I mean, I'm sure that the music community kind of built around his stream is still extremely active, especially with all the people in Team Music. I just don't really have a lot of interaction with that side of the community day to day, which is exactly why we're doing catch-up sessions like this. Yeah. Okay. Nope, didn't really need to grab that sword. That was a mistake. I was not expecting to go there so soon. That's not going to be within range. Or is it? Yes, it is. And then we're just going to squander that opportunity right away. And squander that opportunity right away. Okay. Let's try not to waste the very last sword. Tossing from up there is not going to be within range, unfortunately. Not quite the bounce I needed. Can't I throw a bomb in there? Probably. With difficulty, actually, given the angling up to the one-way panel. As you can see, the one-way panel is quite high up. I don't know if I can actually make that safely as a throw. And Green Heroes, the glitch that you use for your music levels, one that you personally discovered early in Maker 2. Would you mind telling us what that is? If it's something that is still active, or if it is something that has been wiped. Whoops. Bad start here. Alright. Okay. You know, thematically speaking, I actually like how this is also designed to kind of resemble the things like the Molduga fights in Zelda. One moment, please. Okay, pardon a brief interruption. Let me just catch up in chat for a moment, actually, since I have the chance to do so. Yeah, I think a well-designed bullet hell is something that has a deterministic pattern to it, where you can, in fact, pick out where the safe zones are going to be, and just figure out a method that you can apply very consistently. As I was saying just a moment ago, thematically speaking, there is some likeness between this level and the actual Molduga fights in the Zelda games themselves, like the various sandworm fights in general that are present throughout the series. In that you do have this idea of tossing bombs in order to blow it up to get it out of the sand, right? And so, on top of just being a very tightly designed boss battle in its own right, it actually does match the music, which is a very, very nice touch. Whoops. Okay. We need to actually get the bomb in here first before we do anything else. Alright, let's find a better way around the pattern here. Okay, that should hit. Nope, it doesn't. Yeah, throwing as the blaster is coming down is going to be the method we want. Whoops. Yeah, it's hard for me to watch Ludwig at all, actually. Like, I don't see half the time if I am even able to hit him at all, because I'm too busy watching myself. But that's one of the things that makes these fights challenging, is that because you're also going on the attack as well as doing all the dodging, that your eyes do kind of have to be two places at once. And we'll see if we can manage here. Like I said, I should be shielding out of this stuff a lot more often than I am. Nope, a little bit too early on that throw. Whoops. Okay, going to be down to the last sword on this attempt. You know, I saw 35 seconds on this thing and didn't even think to check the clear rate. I imagine it's not actually that low. It just takes a little bit of work. And yeah, Electrodude, the interesting thing about Ludwig in terms of bullet hells as well is just that his projectiles are not as deadly as they look when it comes to their hitbox. And so visually they take up a lot of space in a way that really contributes to that bullet hell feeling, but in a way that really kind of scares you into giving the projectiles a wide berth when you are dodging. So yeah, jumping around while doing diagonal shots, not my strength here. Whoa. Okay. Nope. Alright, we'll need to, once again, wait for this cycle. Well, it looks like we found a level that's going to be the sticking point for this stream, after blowing through so many different music segments earlier. We'll be showing off a variety of music levels today, of course. We've done some of the auto-scrollers, we've done boss levels. I've got some music puzzles lined up later if we have time. So. There's some RNG about which angles Wendy shoots at. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I mean, the element of RNG with a lot of the projectile-based enemies, like Hammer Brothers, etc., is very much just about having the space to do that pattern reading on the fly, I think, to make sure that the outcome is still somewhat controllable by the player. Okay, let's drop the bomb down here before we proceed to the next cycle. Yeah, I should actually stand here and wait like that. And that should be the timing that works, yes. Okay, I think I found a method that we can use to at least get the initial bomb dropped in. Which is that I'm going to stand on top of this ground tile here, and I'm just going to shield until we have an opportunity to get a drop. So yeah, that's going to be the approach. That feels much more controllable than what I was doing previously. Still having trouble actually taking a shot, though. Nope. Okay, that fell apart very quickly. Try to yeet a bomb in there instead of firing arrows. Yeah, we'll give that at least one attempt, I think. Yeah, sorry, I've only been sort of halfway following some of the discussion about projectiles and bullet hells, given that my eyes are a little bit preoccupied. But your point is well taken about the RNG. Yeah, we'll see if I can actually get up there with a bomb. Maybe so, actually. No, as you can see, Ludwig is not going to cooperate. It's doable, but we didn't have the kind of timing that would work with that on that round. The code, yeah, just one moment. Okay, you've got it already, alright. If we can get up here. Alright. Now let's just not do that yet because we're not at that phase. Yeah, maybe it's doable with the bomb drop, but the timing would have to be a little bit different when it comes to Ludwig's flight pattern. You would have to have him come down from his flight pattern as you drop the bomb, I think. So you and... Ah, okay, no, you were asking for Electrodude's Hammer Brothers code, yeah. Yeah, just making sure I understood what was going on in chat. Okay. Furia, you have yet to see a good level that uses Hammer Brothers as enemies. So I remember that when Mario Maker 2 came out, there was a level that was called It's Over, Anakin, which consisted entirely of Hammer Brothers standing over the goal axe. Like standing just on one platform over the goal axe. And I remember that being preposterously difficult. And yeah, Green Heroes, I think I did play your Grand Poo World 2 music level, if I recall. I think you did show me that one, if I'm thinking of the right level. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's pop that over there. That timing should be okay. Let's get up there and... Nope. Yeah, the diagonal shot is a real killer here, for sure. And also just forgetting to use the shield. Yeah, we should go for the bomb strategy. I just need much better timing for that to get up there safely. Nope. Slipping all over the place. Nope. Yeah, as you can see, you do need a bit of a better jump. You can get a bomb over the P block, but it is difficult to do it that way. Whoops. And that's dead. He tried placing hammers in a cloud. It's funny that you mentioned that, Mang, because I think you were here when we played the Rybones level that had the hammers in the clouds in the starting area, which got me jammed for something like half an hour. just on that one screen. Okay. And it was a surprisingly playable level, too. Just one where I needed to figure out a decent approach for that very heavily RNG-based segment. Okay. Nope, I was hoping to get him at the end of that flight pattern. As you can see, if you jump on top of one of the cannonballs, then maybe the bomb position is going to work, but it's a little too chaotic to really do that with any reliability, I think. Oops. Nope, I was trying to shield into that. I was not on the ground. And that could have gone much, much better. Okay, there we go. And okay, let's pop this over here. Yeah, if we get a cannonball, whoops. Okay, I fell off. I was hoping to use that cannonball for a bomb, though. Will Ludwig stomp? Yes, okay, good, we got a hit. Okay, I like that method. If we can do it with any reliability whatsoever. Nope. 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 Alright, let's let that cycle around safely and not take too many hits along the way. Yeah, I'm starting to like the bomb method now that I have a better sense of what kind of height I need and what kind of positioning will actually make that happen, but we are a long ways from actually doing this. Okay. Let's see if that's early enough. Yes, it is. Nope. Slapping my own bomb like that is not the answer. Okay. Well, we might be here a while, who knows. On the last sword, though, so... Nope. Didn't get enough height. Well, that's okay. We played this attempt safely. We still had 360 seconds to go, and nope. No, we don't. Not anymore. Alright, let's try it again. Okay. Now I take it due to the lack of any indication otherwise that the stream audio is actually still working well enough to withstand music levels today, which is good news because that's the thing I wanted to find out. No, not even close. Nope. I keep thinking that I'm still going to have some invincibility frames to work with, but that's obviously not the case. Nope. Released just slightly too early. Okay. Next cycle. Nope, not even close. Okay, that will hit at least, but we do need to regain access to a sword. So yeah, best we've done so far is just one full hit on Ludwig, I think. So we'll need to do a little bit better than that. Whoops, so, nope, that's death. Death, death, death. Whoops. The issue that can happen with this is that the instrument can die depending on how many... Oh, depending on how they get moved back into position to play the loop. I'm trying to visualize what you mean by that, but I think I know what you're getting at. Okay. Let's try this again. You know, technically, I don't need to take out that other hard block, although it will be taken out when I explode a bomb in that location there, so no, you can't actually keep it. Okay, I still need to avoid doing those soft drops like that. That's been a repeated mistake. But it's okay if I take a hit. If we just get 3 bomb hits in, that should be sufficient, and so... nope. Let's not squander all of the swords. Okay, nope. We're squandering all the swords. Nope. Alright, one more. It's not going to be graceful, but a win will be a win if we can get it, so let's not be too picky. Alright, that didn't go. If you switch to state, you move the instruments out. So, oh, with the... Well, I'm trying to see... Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean with the conveyor setup that we have with the SMB2 mushrooms as we're on our way down, I think. Like I said, I don't know the music-making side of the game nearly well enough in terms of the instrument set to really identify a lot of what's going on there on site. But that's how it is with track setups, I think, is that, you know, as the player, they just look like this total spaghetti code mess until they just get out of the way and do their job. Let's... Nope, too late. Okay. Yeah, next cycle here should be okay. We should, once again, actually use the shield. Next one. Nope. Still not finding the opportunity to pull that bomb out. Alright, let's get back out here right away. Ah, look at this. Terrible pattern. Nope. Nope. Okay, so we'll just try to redo this. See if we get any closer. Yeah, tucking on top. No, that's still going to run into the same problem with the blaster pushing out. Nope, still not getting the throw accurately. Like I said, it's those directional adjustments in midair, either with the bomb throw or with the arrow shot, that really get me into a ton of trouble when it comes to playing as Link. You know, just facing the right way when you do any of these interactions. Whoops. Alright, let's wait this out, toss this, hope for the best. Nope, not even close. Let's get to a position of safety. This is the last sword after all. Whoops, nope. Yeah, just catching up, Green Heroes, on what you're saying about the stacking. Yeah, it's one of those things where, I'm trying to visualize the setup you're talking about and also play the level at the same time, and that's maybe not smart. Why did I grab that sword? That was... okay. Well, already playing with a bit of a one-sword handicap, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, that's going to hit, at least. Really regretting losing that sword now at the beginning. We do still have a chance to get another hit. No, not like that we don't. Okay. Get back in position. Nope. Not the right timing at all. Nope. Okay, next one here. There we go. That one looks good. Nope. He was still in the air. So that was a total miss. Okay, that's going to be it for this one. Yeah, no, I think I understand what you're talking about when it comes to how to actually do the music switch with the conveyors, so you actually have that alteration of the track with the on-off activation. That the conveyor belt repositioning the instruments is the way that it's being done while the note blocks remain on the loop that we see loaded in on the tracks. So, but yeah, I guess that would be limited by the behavior of the instrumental elements themselves in terms of how they actually get pulled back and forth on the conveyor belt to have a looping setup that's actually able to go both ways. So, nope. Failed to pull at the bottom there. Okay. Yeah, the thing that was causing me issues here was that hanging left to actually throw the bomb instead of just dropping it is something that is throwing me way out of position, and normally I'm just missing that input, despite knowing that I have to do it. So let's pop this. No, that's going to be too late, but yeah, way too late. That one should hit. Okay. Nope, not even close. Nope. Yeah, I always like boss fights that have locations where you need to earn your way back to the power-ups. It's something that you don't always get the chance to do depending on how tightly the boss room is packed together. But this one actually does it well in that you do need to take a risk to get access to your finite number of refreshes. I think from a balancing perspective it's quite nice, even though I'm obviously not playing this fight very well. Yeah, that's true, that you see very little on screen when you load in because so much of it is just going on within that 3-tile boundary to the side of where you're falling in. But yeah, it'd be fun to see how this one is constructed for sure. Whoops. Okay. Having played with some vertical track magic previously in a non-music level, I don't envy having to actually put this kind of setup together. I mean, if you really know what you're doing, then in a level like this, then the results are spectacular, but it seems like an absolute nightmare to make well unless you really have everything mapped out. But Okay, is he gonna drop? Yes. Oh, okay. Nope. Wrong way. I was hoping the donut block would drop a little faster than that. That was the issue. I wasn't expecting it to still be up at that time. Yes, with the assisted loading. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. With the setup that allows you to use the things like the seesaw placements and such to extend your range just a little bit further beyond the typical loading zone. Did I know that Z7 finally achieved rather 77777 in Endless Expert? No, I didn't know that. But I don't really follow the Endless records, so I didn't really have a good sense of how far along they were, or whether that kind of slot machine number was really the ultimate objective. You had a few instances where you used the assisted loading, I think you're talking about, for the Grand Poo World level. Yeah, this level of complexity, you really do need to design around stuff like that. Okay. Okay. Nope, just failed to pull out the bomb, and we were too late in the on-off cycle anyway to get that done. Alright. Nope, facing the wrong way. That was unfortunate. Okay, finally. Getting some kind of attempt in, perhaps. Despite the trouble I'm having with this, I think the bomb method is probably still better than the arrow method, but that's partly because I'm just absolutely dreadful at firing diagonal arrows. We should probably try the arrow method from time to time if the cycle is really just not coming together, but got a lot to juggle here. Okay, that may hit, yeah. We're down to one sword, though. Gotta be very careful here. We should wait for the next on-off cycle. I don't think that's going to hit, so... And we lost it, okay. There's another one. Alright, back down we go. Okay. Got that. And... whoops. No, I was trying to hold down to that and it activated the dash instead. That was just a fluffed input. Nope. Well, at least I'm getting some shots in. I think at least some of that was hitting. You know, given that I have a much safer method to do the first bomb activation now, maybe I should just revert to the arrow method. Because going for the bomb is clearly causing a little bit too much trouble. I mean, we have the opportunity, we'll go for the bomb, but usually I think that's not going to happen. But the fact that I feel a little bit better about being able to get the bomb timing down on the bottom and predict when it's actually going to be the right time to go up tells me that the arrow method may be what I actually want here. Yeah, I like the spacing for it much better, actually, with the donut blocks. Like, it feels like it's balanced around the arrow, just given where he's going and where the one-way panel is. Also with the hint at the beginning that tells you about the arrow shot. I think despite how it is going to take me a little bit longer, that this is probably going to be the method that I prefer. Okay, wait for him to go up first. Maybe that would be a smarter move here. Okay. What are we looking at now? Yeah, because I can do a standing shot on the donut blocks, and as long as Ludwig is in the aerial form, that is going to hit. We need to not get clipped by the projectiles. So. It's kind of unfortunate that using assisted loading consumes a sprite without playing any extra notes. Yeah, I guess, you know, you are going to be very budget tight when you're trying to put any of that together. But as you were saying, it is kind of the trade-off where better to have an instrument loaded and to have something budget inefficient than to not have it loaded at all, so. I mean, nice thing about the baseline in this level is that it is a very efficient loop to begin with. It's not a particularly long loop in terms of that bass track, either in the on state or in the off state. And so there are a lot of things here that are, I think, tuned to be very budget efficient if you listen to the tracks themselves and how the loops are being designed. But we'll think about that when I actually have a chance to catch a breath here. Catch a breath of the wild. Nope. Thought that was going to hit. That was a bad guess. Okay. This should hit. Let's wait for the aerial phase and lose the sword. Yeah. Not very cost efficient here in terms of losing the sword for every arrow shot. Okay, is that going to hit? Let's get prepared. No, should have shielded out of that given the spacing there. Nope. Alright, let's wait for the next bomb cycle here. Back up. Nope. Nope. And that's death. The bass you only hear at the start, which is actually the same note blocks you hear is hitting the SMB2 mushroom. Yeah, because of the initial drop-in before they finish on their final looping segment, you mean? Yeah. That's a very subtle thing that you picked up on there, in fact. But yeah, I see what you mean. If you listen to it rhythmically, you can kind of pick that out, I think. Okay. Let's wait for the air phase here. Whoops. And then... yeah, what I want to do is not squander the donut blocks when he's still in the grounded phase. If he's in the air phase, then I can do that. But I shouldn't get onto the donut blocks too quickly, like I was doing there. Whoops. Because if I do, then I don't have the donut blocks available when his air phase is actually up. Okay. Yeah, the bomb method is undoubtedly faster, but it's just much riskier. And so I don't think it's actually going to be what I want here. Once again, not following my own advice. Okay, close one there. Really close call. And if we have the opportunity to do the bomb, we'll do it, but like I said, it's been tricky to get in position at all. Whoa, nope, that's it. Yeah, we've been on this one for some time, but we'll push through it. I mean, it's the only actually challenging that one that we've done so far today, and it's always nice to have at least one when we can take the time to grind away at it for a bit. So yeah, we'll just refine the method a little bit this time. And okay, that's going to hit for sure. We do not want to get up there until he's in the air. Nope, that's not going to work. Whoops. Yeah, everything's going to fail miserably. Okay. Yeah, getting a few shots in, but not really too many to speak of. Okay, nope. Shielded a little bit too late. Okay, let's wait this out. Let's head over here. Go for that. Since we have the opportunity, it's going to totally miss, of course. The one time that we drop the bomb there safely, timing is going to be way, way off. Nope, not in the air phase yet. Let's... nope. Well, let's just sit through this until we find a cycle that's actually opportune. At least I can fairly reliably predict when I'm going to get a safe attempt here. Oh, look at that. The bomb got pushed back against me, so I got hit by my own bomb because of the way the blaster was pushing it back. And so that was an unfortunate way to lose two swords at once. Whoops. Okay. Alright, let's wait until he gets up into the air. Whoops. Nope. So I tried using Link's super laser. That's a very good suggestion. I feel like I should have looted the super laser in the previous Zenmai level that we had when we also picked up the Master Cycle. You see, if you actually had a continuous item progression, that would have been the best way to do it. You know what would have been really useful, in fact, is the Mirror Shield. One of the things I did do when I was off stream for the past week and a half or so is I actually did replay all of A Link to the Past. I just kind of felt like doing it one weekend. And it had been an extremely long time since I'd actually completed Link to the Past top to bottom. And, you know, I always knew that it was a game that just aged supremely well, and I think I even have greater respect for it now, like after playing through it again with an eye for design. And whoops. Yeah, because I think the last time I played it completely would have been back in a GameCube era, maybe. But recently I was kind of poking around with some randomizer hacks, and I realized it just didn't remember the original game well enough in terms of the map layout to be playing randomizer, so I just went back to the real thing. And this good old vanilla Link to the Past is just absolutely phenomenal. But, whoops. We shouldn't have gone for the shot there. I need to go for the bomb. Let's lose too many swords at once. But yeah, really should have considered using the super laser, that's for sure. Actually, it would be kind of fun to imagine what kind of Zelda items would be very useful here. I feel like maybe this is not where you want to be using the Rock's Feather or the Gust Bellows. But the hook shot would be interesting. Okay. A double claw shot. Or the, what is it, the Dominion Rod that's in Twilight Princess. Very underused item in that game, considering how interesting the interactions could have been. I don't think the spinner would be much help here, though. Whoops. No, we're out of swords. Okay. Just used a boomerang. I don't think the boomerang would go through the walls here, but if so, that would have been useful. Actually, you know, the thing that I really need here is the Cane of Samaria. So I can just set up some additional blocks to obstruct some projectiles. And then, whoops, nope, nope, no, no, run away. Nope, missing every opportunity here. Thankfully not dying yet. Nope. I always speak just a moment too soon when it comes to taking damage. Okay. Wait for him to come up. Nope. Got him there way too early again. And totally missing that opportunity. Okay. Yeah, I remember just not really even thinking about the clear rate of this level going in, and I think it was actually something relatively high, but you can see why, because a lot of attempts here would take a while to actually become exhausted, such that you would have a high clear rate from a lot of the failures coming in very deep into a run rather than very quickly. Because I thought I saw something like a 3% on this, unless I'm confusing it with a different level. Let's do the bomb first. Let's not get too confused here. Alright. Nope. And that's it. That was the last sword already. Wow. Didn't even last 130 seconds without going through the entire supply. Alright, we may be here a while, but that's okay. That's what stress testing our technical setup on the stream is for. But yeah, we'll probably be following this up with some things that are not bosses, just to have a bit of a change of pace. Go down? Yes, good. The opportunity was there, and we took it. It'll be funny if after so many arrow attempts that we eventually do get the clear using the bomb method, just as a crime of opportunity. Whoops. Failing to pick up the bomb, of course. Nope. Oh wow, that was actually safe. I didn't expect that it would get out of there unscathed. I thought it was going to drop right on top of the spikes. Okay. I don't think that's going to be close enough. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Cannot believe I'm surviving some of this stuff, actually. Nope. Let's not jinx it. And this is where the narrator says he totally jinxed it. Okay. Like I was saying. Okay, that's fine. This is still the best attempt we've had, in fact, so... I should really stop saying stuff like that. That's really not helpful. It's okay. It's clip material. That's how we'll cope with it. Yeah, I don't have an opportunity on this round. Let's just wait. And let's be cautious. I mean, I just need to get the key. I don't even... Well... Like I said, I just need to get the key on final attempt if I get the hit and take damage afterwards. It's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, I totally jinxed it. A baby jinx, also known as a smoochum. Okay. Yeah, considering how well that attempt was going earlier, where I was just dodging all kinds of stuff in the beginning that I didn't think I would actually survive. That was maybe going too well for its own good. Yeah, let's not hang around here too long. Nope. Okay, so that was kind of squandered, but... Yeah, when it falls apart, it really falls apart. But... no. I am staying on this. I am going to share the code for the maker in chat, though, in case any of you want to try this. There was, of course, the DDD code that was much earlier, but... I'm taking long enough on this that I feel like it is my duty to give you folks a chance to beat me to it if you do, in fact, have the game open, as I'm sure you will. But I am continuing with this, so we're going to be perfectly stubborn about it. I think I've been on this one probably about an hour now, but... That's okay. Well, maybe not exactly learning as we go, but we're definitely learning a few things about what not to do. Like getting clipped like that by those Ludwig hitboxes that we thought were so generous earlier. No. Yeah, back to the arrow method, perhaps, if we don't have a clear bomb opportunity. You need to mix that up a little bit and try both methods. Okay. Nope. It's actually really hard to just kind of point in that direction for the throw, because it is happening at the same time that I'm trying to control where I'm going. And so you would think that, you know, doing a forward throw is just the easiest thing, but when you're in the middle of dodging at the same time, no, it's not. It's actually something that can be very difficult to control. Whoops. It's the same thing that gets me into trouble with things like the diagonal shots. That's, you know, when I'm trying to do two things at once. Nope. Like when I'm trying to go in two directions at once, that's the result that you're going to get. Oh no, that was very poorly judged. The level name is Molduga Battle. You had this level downloaded and already beat it 3 times, yeah. Well, Furia, I'm not terribly surprised, given that you're fairly proficient to some of the tech in this game as well. With all the shell levels that you've been making recently. So. Okay, nope. Once again, just jumping the gun too early here. Yeah, let's... we could have grabbed some additional swords, but that felt like a pretty rough attempt to begin with, so... You're working on an absolute beast of a shell level currently. Is that one that you posted the clip of in the Discord, or is that an even harder one that you're working on now? Because I saw you post a frog level, I think, which I thought you had clear checked already. And which also looks well beyond what I can do, at least not without tons of practice. Okay, that's going to totally miss. I knew that was a miss going in. Nope. Yeah, we need to pick something here, an arrow method or a bomb method. We need to really commit to one or the other, depending on what position I have at a given time. Nope, facing the wrong way. Okay, so that one is already uploaded, yeah. The one with the frog. Yeah, the setups definitely look pretty interesting for that one. Especially with that, I think it was the bone shell jump that you have in that, if I recall. I usually don't watch clear videos ahead of time if I haven't played stuff yet, but... that one looks like one that was probably not ready to approach anytime soon, so... it's not actually spoiling things for me if I would still need to learn the interactions, I guess. Oops. Okay, no, we're out of swords. That's going to be it. It can't be a beast without up throws, so it is Super Mario World. I mean, there are a lot of things that can be quite beastly in the other styles as well. I find that a lot of the advanced tech in New Soup, for instance, is something I struggle with quite a bit in terms of, you know, when you need something super precise with the twirls and ground pound cancels in particular, because you have a lot of those repeated directional inputs, which are the same kind of problem as what I'm encountering in a level like this one, just keeping a lot of different directional inputs in queue, one after the other. Hey, bouncing off that bumper totally saved me there, and it didn't get the hit anyway, so that was totally fruitless. No, I need to wait out a cycle so I'm not on cooldown with the bomb while Blaster is still cycling around. Okay. Okay. Could have been worse. Alright. Never mind that. That will be a hit, so let's get ready. Wait for the aerial phase. That's something I need to learn. Whoops. Yeah, still not getting the directional input down. Yeah, not even close. Yeah, like I'm saying, I'm not really convinced that one method is any easier than the other, either the bomb or the arrow method. Both of them seem pretty rough, to be honest. Like the arrow method is more of a survival challenge, more emphasis on the dodging element, but also something that will naturally take quite a bit longer. Okay, that should be a hit, this one. We're going up there too soon. We need to wait for the air phase. Too soon. I think that's not going to be a hit. Nope, that's going to be a miss as well. As far as I can tell. Alright. And that's not going to be anywhere close. This one should be a hit, though. I need to think about leading the projectiles more, I think. Nope. Oh, that's the last sword. We should go for that. Yeah, Green Heroes, the thing about 3D World, of course, is that you have to deal with 3D World hitboxes. That's really a kettle of fish on its own. You know, just in terms of reading the 3D artwork with any consistency. Alright, let's get back up here. Hey, that was actually safe. And it's, of course, going to be a miss. Sometimes you have those spectacular plays that just don't hit at all. That's how you know this fight is actually tuned around arrows, not around a bomb. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, really difficult to just land a hit on this guy. And yeah, getting clipped on top again. Let's... Nope, getting clipped on the bottom again, so... Alright, let's be cautious here. Nope. Let up a little too soon. Yeah, this is a disaster. Let's try it again. Electro Dude, you're going to lurk while playing some Sploon. Yeah, enjoy the Sploon. A Sploon 2, even. Well, this is usually around a time of day when we're closing the queue, but joke's on you, there is no queue. There's just me and this boss. Okay. Nope. Yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, feel free to lurk, of course. We're going to be rocking out to this a while, I think. So, not really progressing very well on it, I would say. After jinxing my best attempt. Okay. No, that's going to be totally wrong. Yeah, I don't think I got a single hit in there. Alright. Let's try it. Okay. Yeah, getting a couple hits with the arrow, only to lose all of that. Yeah, at this point, when I'm down to the last sword, I should not go for the bomb method because it's just too risky in terms of taking damage. If I am on the last sword, I should commit fully to doing arrows, even if the opportunity presents itself otherwise. I think that's going to be the principle. It's good to have a concrete strategy going into these things, I think. Might not be the best strategy, but it's important to have some kind of intention for what you want to do. Okay. No, that's way too late. Okay, there we go. That should hit. Let's wait for the error phase. Okay. Could be a lot worse. Cycle around once again. No, let's back up. Okay, that should be a hit. We wait for the error phase. And then go for a few shots. And then we wait for the next error phase. Once again, go for a few shots. No, got clipped up top, okay. Oh, like we were getting somewhere for once. And yeah, green heroes, I'll keep that code in mind. I guess that was just a way of sneaking that in before the non-existent queue closure. We'll see. Yeah, we're definitely going to be switching back to some prospectively easier stuff after this one, for sure. I'm really glad I took the time to play this one, though. For sure. Could be going a lot better, but sometimes you just get one level like that that just becomes the main event of the stream inadvertently, without realizing it. Okay. Yeah, the thing about sitting on a donut blocks is that when Ludwig is in the air phase, the aim is actually reasonably accurate. It's going to sort itself out. And so the nice thing about the arrow strategy is that I don't need to be watching the left side of the screen quite as much. I can remain fairly focused on my own safety. I say that, of course, right as I take a hit. Yeah. Nope. And let's wait this one out. Okay. Yeah, you need to get a lot of cycles in here. Okay. Like I said, I don't want to jinx it. This is not unreasonable so far, but then, of course, like I said, that's when you begin to get a little bit too complacent. So, no. I think the trick to this is to not notice that I'm doing relatively well. It will actually be a good thing for the clear when it comes to come as a bit of a surprise, so I'm not overly attentive to it and choking at the last minute. Okay. Nope. Too early. Yeah. You have to be aware, I think, of when a projectile is going to clip you on top like that. I often think I'm going to be safe with the shield up, and then it just goes a little bit high, and everything just falls apart from there. No, wrong timing entirely. Let's wait this out. Okay. Wait for an opportunity in the error phase. That was the opportunity in error phase, and we missed it. I love how we hit the door at the end of that phrase. That was perfectly timed, sound-wise. Like, right at the last note of the last bar in that segment. Well, thank you for the GGs. You do have a real code to suggest. Yeah, if it's something relatively sedate compared to this one, we'll take a look at it. What was the clear rate on this? 3.4%. I probably made that much harder for myself than I needed to. But like I said, every attempt on that one is long, so like the total number of deaths probably wasn't that high. The extra Master Swords vanished. That's because you stepped on them. This is harder than Monk Igikosha, yes. Your 300 hours of Breath of the Wild should help with this? No. Mine certainly didn't. Hold down, now you have a safe spot. Nope. Nope, he's also wrong. Urbosa's Fury would have been very useful here, actually. That's one thing that we should have considered from an itemization perspective. Anyway. And it's Blue Spla, if I read your name correctly. Welcome. We'll go back to Zenmai for some more sometime. And West Second, welcome as well. Glad to see you here. Yeah, a lot of Among Us in there for something that is a Breath of the Wild level. Green Heroes, let's take a look at that suggestion. See what you have for me. Like I said, I do have a pile of my own codes to get through as well, but I don't mind alternating a little bit. And yeah, West Second, I'm glad you loved music in the last level because we were stuck on that one for about an hour. I'd just been getting through a huge pile of music levels, just one after another earlier in the stream, and then that was the roadblock. TMO7, okay. I don't know what the theme to Team Music 7 is, Green Heroes. I know that Team Music 6 was the musicals. Team Music 5 seemed to be the film music, but all the 007 levels that we saw from Death to Despise earlier in the stream. This one looks like another motorcycle, where you'll race against these angry guys and charm a princess in another castle. '80s pop and rock songs. That really seems like it's also going to be in Death to Despise wheelhouse, actually. Let's pay attention here. I don't know why I backed out of that. I think I am supposed to just go. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. Yeah, no, I recognize this. To be honest, the chord progression in this song drives me crazy. That's why I recognize it. I don't know my 80s pop very well. But I will admit, as much fun as I'm having with the platforming and as much as I can appreciate the setup here, the chord progression to this song drives me up the wall. For a couple of reasons I won't go into, but, you know, from a harmonic theory perspective, it's like the whole thing is backwards or upside down. You know. But, that's okay. I think I actually am finding that the platforming is maybe improving the song. You've heard an acoustic version, okay. It seems like an acoustic version might also improve the song, although like something about the harmonic structure totally bugs me. And I think about that every time I hear this play in public somewhere. Okay, let's... I definitely have to make that jump. I can't just fall in or do anything like that. I just need to jump right off the edge. And the thwomp is going to be here the whole time as this pacing tool that forces this scrolling. Making sure I hold right the whole time without any kind of compromise. And I need to get up on top of the donut block to let the thwomp pass so I can eventually get up to the checkpoint once the thwomp knocks itself out. So thank you for the follow. Sorry, there are some level types where I'm much better at keeping up with chat. Music levels are maybe not one of them, but... You ran out of sprites and power-ups in the overworld for this one. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. And it's Blue Spot, you were in Bex and forgot to leave the Twitch, so you're here now. Okay. Yeah, I'm always hanging out with Bex stream and lurking there fairly often. He hasn't been on Mario Maker in a while, but it's always nice to see him do this variety show with all kinds of Nintendo content. I think he had a really good run of Miitopia last month that I was watching, in fact. Yeah, actually, Bex and I, as far as internet video game acquaintances go, we go back before Twitch, and so it's been interesting to see him grow his stream to something like 4K followers now. He's grown that thing really quickly in the past few months, mostly from Among Us, as you probably know. But also just a lot of great content otherwise. Yeah, let's not miss the donut block. I don't have a good sense of whether people are still largely playing Among Us. It seemed like, in terms of games that were briefly super popular, that one seemed to have much more sticking power than most. In that, a lot of people who would normally not be playing video games, you know, people in board game groups or RPG groups tend to be playing that quite a bit. I think I'm not supposed to wind up there, if I'm reading this correctly. I seem to be trapped by the Podoboo if I do get on top of that donut block. Let's look at that one again. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just supposed to go forward, I think, and get up to the... Yeah, get up to checkpoint flag as soon as the thwomp hits. Maybe. You haven't played this game in months? Yeah, I mean, the thing about Mario Maker is that people come and go, and that's totally expected, I think. The nice thing about being a Mario Maker streamer is that you can stay constantly engaged with the people who are actually active in the game. Anyway, we're going to have an on-off switch here to get us into the second segment. Okay, here we go. No, let's go down, of course. Yeah, Switch and PC is a good combination to be sitting on if you want the most coverage of a great variety of software. I mean, at different points in my life, I've either been mainly a PC player or mainly a Nintendo player. One of the two. It's usually, you know, mainly Nintendo with some PC games humming in the background, or vice versa. Largely because I'm mostly from a strategy background, outside of platformers. Okay. Yeah, I like how you've brought this verse in with the on-off switch. And yeah, that's when you go on top of the donut block. That's what I was misreading last time. Here's checkpoint 2. Yeah, the airship camera bob on the bottom layer was totally throwing me off here. So I guess I can trust that it is going to be continuous ground down there if I am slightly off camera. That's just one of those, whoops, things about the airship style that I've never actually seen used decently. I think it's one of those things that's just an unsalvageable annoyance about the game that people have not figured out how to build around. Which is too bad, because so many of the aesthetic elements to the airship style are so nice to work with. You know, in terms of its visual clarity, and also when you're not in a music level, the original Koji Kondo music that was composed for Maker, just to fill in this style in games like SMB1. But then you have to deal with this airship camera, Bob, and it's one of those things in Mario Maker that's, you know, I don't know if there actually is a good way to deal with it. And of course, it's one thing that I think I complain about pretty much every time I see it, but... Anyway, thank you so much for that, Green Heroes. And yeah, I love the tiling colors and the style as well, not just in this, but also in the original airship style that was introduced for Super Mario World in Maker 1 as well. So yeah, a good amount of plays on this already, and a nice record here by Hylian Dread, who of course is another fellow streamer. And yeah, Furia, go ahead and fetch that code. I've got some other ones that I'll be running through in the meantime. Here's one that I really wanted to take a look at. So I was saying earlier in the stream I wanted to look at Skelthane, who I just kind of recently heard recommended to me, although I think he's kind of been a fixture on the music scene for some time. It's Blue Swa, so I run an actual viewer level stream on the Friday night to Saturday morning and a Saturday night to Sunday morning. Today I'm just running music levels and I'm not running the queue bot, but I'm occasionally taking some suggestions if I can fit them in between levels for my own list. So that's how today's stream is working. Partly because I just recently tried to get my audio fixed up on my stream, and I am partly running the stream to see if sound is actually going properly. So the one that I wanted to see was Skelthane's contribution to the recent musical set, because I am very, very fond of West Side Story. West Side Story is something that, not to be confused with West Second Gaming, by the way, who's here in the chat, but the music to West Side Story is very dear to me, and so I think it's just one of those like great works of 20th century American art, just one of the high points of what that culture has produced. And we'll see how that translates to a level that's in the new soup style. With Tonight Tonight, of course, originally written as this beautifully overlapping quintet near the climactic rumble. And I Feel Pretty, which is a very lovely waltz in its own right. So let's take a look at Skelthane's contribution to Team Music musicals. And yeah, Furia, I'll try to plug that code in later on. And he would like what you're about to submit. Electrodude, oh, so probably a Toho Bullet Hell by the sound of it. I love how right at the start you're calling from Maria. So here's the Tonight segment. It is naturally going to be in a night theme. Slower tempo than the original, but that's, you know, it's a very complex piece. Okay. Let's miss the wall jump. A very memorable part of the original musical and film, of course, the part where you missed the wall jump. No, Electrodude Furia was saying that the level suggestion from them is something that you might like. I guess we have to take the 50 coin. Because, yeah, I guess Wendy there is playing the part of Maria, and we have to reach out to Maria on the balcony. And then that's what gets everybody into trouble. So yeah, that's what the 50 coin is all about. It's a proximity trigger for the scroll break, by the looks of it. Okay. Wall jump. And yeah, I guess we just have a damage gate here, so we'll deal with that. And get through that as a Big Mario. Because we can. Here's the I Feel Pretty segment. Okay, getting through there as Big Mario was not, in fact, the thing we want to do, so Looks like Skeleton may have put the damage gate there. Well, not too high, because you still need to let Small Mario through, but... Probably should have done the damage gate on exit, in fact. If it was possible to... Whoops. Do that. Missing the question block, but...
Oh, no.
I know I ducked through the pipe. I was intentionally ducking through the pipe to see if that would break anything. Because that's just how I play. I actually love the little twirls over top of the thwomp here. It actually fits the song quite well, in fact. Mario feeling very pretty as he's just twirling around everywhere. Okay, let's top this off. And Green Heroes, I'll catch up to the other message that you said above in just a moment. Yeah, I've been a little bit sloppy today about actually reading chat. Oh yeah, in terms of the tile set, in terms of the color palette that you get from themes like Night Castle. I see what you're getting at. Yeah. Of course, the semi-solid overlap with the rainbow tiles in this theme are quite nice as well. If any of you know the maker, Ragnarok X, who hasn't really been that active lately, but he kind of caught onto this stuff right away because he was a guy who in Maker 1 really loved to play with semi-solid overlaps and just really never liked how the overlap logic changed in this game. But before that, though, he really played around with the rainbow overlaps you can do all over this. Anyway, here's just a THX. Because that's how the sound in West Side Story is apparently being remastered. Nice olive green exclusive to this style, yeah. It's funny, as a player, I guess I'm not particularly color-minded. Although I think it's one of those subtle things that you notice sort of subconsciously when you just get a sense of the feel of a level. Let's do the Star Wars one as well. This is Order 66. Good soldiers follow orders. Platform and survive the Jedi Purge. Recently, when I do these Thursday to Friday streams, of course, I actually tend to go off stream and I, do the video cut afterwards to see that everything's working. And usually that's when I've been catching up on the Bad Batch, because the new episodes do release sort of while I'm streaming. New one would have released half an hour ago. Anyway, that just comes to mind because we're about to hear some Order 66. And you're an artist? Yeah. I guess that would have been a reasonable thing to surmise. I find that a lot of makers all over Mario Maker all do something else creative, and that it's nice to see what people draw on in terms of their other external influences, whether they're musicians or artists or both, or computer engineers, or whatever else it is they do. Love this little, what is this at the beginning? Oh, it's the Imperial insignia with that Imperial March motif, in fact, right at the start. Okay. Getting on top of that shell. Yeah, given that when you have a music level, so many elements are going to be very functional, it's always nice to see what people do aesthetically to make a music level fit its theme. Anyway, here's that finale music from Revenge of the Sith. Trying to remember what the title is. Whoops. And Electric Dude is a Minecraft specialist. Yeah, lots of Minecrafters here in this game, of course. Whoops. Okay. And yeah, I should have bopped it, actually. I needed to land on top of him in order to refresh the Tanuki. It's spaced such that you are required to do it, I think. Because otherwise you fall just short of the amount of leaf power that you require to get through that segment. So we'll drop on top of this guy. There we go. Yeah, nice little segment there from a platforming perspective. No, I think I do want to continue flying here in order to slow down behind the bonsais a little bit. So let's rethink how to do the bonsai bill segment. Okay. And up we go. And yeah, we just back out of that slightly. Hit this guy. Whoops. No, we do need to fly on top of him. Yeah, because otherwise we get into this situation here. You wonder if there's a pipe you can enter. Yeah, I was definitely looking at the yellow pipes that were spitting you out of the previous segments. Whoops. Definitely the sort of interactive part of this level. The platforming is quite a bit different from what I've seen with a lot of music on auto-scrollers. You would actually think that, given how much Deaf Despise loves the Tanuki Leaf, that you would have seen more music levels like this. Actually, no, that's not true. You actually have seen a lot of Cape levels and Tanuki music levels that kind of show off that skill set. Anyway, let's move on through here. But yeah, this level has a really clean look to it too. But SMB3 Castle in general just has really lovely color contrast to it. No, I needed to... Come on. Get on top of that. And... yeah, totally blew it. I needed to drop and then continue flying. And yeah, Green Heroes, I do remember Deaf Despise levels back in Maker 1. Because those were the ones that came to my attention, like the whole Tanuki Leaf series there, because... it seemed like they were mostly a Tanuki and Cape specialist. And like I said, I don't really play music levels that often. I tend to be bad at music autoscrollers relative to other styles, and so... like, I respect the craft a lot, but they also tend to be on the linear side for me sometimes, and so... and definitely the side of that portfolio I knew much better was the flight levels. Hey, look at this. It's the Imperial Scout Walker, ATSD. And so we need to take the shell and do what? Let's read this. Let's send this out until I know what I'm doing. We need another on-off activation. I have lost the leaf. What am I trying to hit? Oh, no, I can just go through... no, I can't go through the blue pipe, I don't think. I need to... oh. Take a look at what my target is. No, it's not going to be through there. Ah, yeah, there we go. No, I hadn't scrolled the camera far enough to see this stuff. That was the issue. So we'll take the P-switch with us. And... okay, no, don't have a coin here, but I guess if we drop in here, PHX, okay. Then what's the P switch for? Huh. Alright, so I guess I missed out on... Oh, you know what? No, I should have used a P switch to collect a key coin, right? Is that... but the one-way panel would have blocked that collision, if I understand it correctly. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about the ending there, because I feel like I missed something. The P switch would have killed Larry. Oh, yeah, for the key. You know what? Let's take a look at that. Won't take too long to redo this one, so... And the flight is fun. Oh, okay, let's have this. But yeah, I love that little lick of the Imperial March right at the start. Whoops. I know this is a Skeltane level. I was just talking about the Tanuki leaf earlier. I'm perfectly aware that I'm playing a Skeltane level after following up the West Side Story one earlier. Yeah, this one's quite nice. So like I said, the interactions here are quite a bit different from what I often see in music auto-scroll. So... And yeah, I know I can trust Green Heroes to know the music makers and tell them apart. But yeah, definitely I think when you play a lot of music makers, well, any makers at all, you can really get a sense of people's styles and what kind of material they're fondest of doing. Okay, gonna pop that. Whoops. Did I fail to actually land on a shell? I think I failed to land on a shell. Yeah, I thought I'd actually gotten to bounce on a shell, and that was not the case, so let's just take the death here. But yeah, definitely like the aesthetic elements of these levels as well. Some nice subtle touches in the West Side Story one, but even more noticeable ones in the Star Wars concept that we see here. Like I was saying earlier, one of the things about music levels in Mario Maker is that very often I don't know the material, especially if people are mostly drawing on anime, for instance. I just don't know anime. But sometimes when you do know the material, you can see how much the makers put into making that work aesthetically. So, whoops. I think the shells are mostly here just to get in my way. Let's not deal with that. And yeah, the coins actually do kind of mark a 1, 2, 3, as you can see here. Okay, that's one key. Where did I get a second key earlier then? Because don't I need the key coins? Let's check on top of the... Whoops. Let's check on top of the Imperial Walker. The Scout Walker, I should say. Yeah, look at those pipes up there. Huh, interesting. Can't enter this one. Can we enter this one? No. Okay, so I guess we missed a secret after all. Oh, I got the key with a pity. Okay, I see. I don't think I realized that. So yeah, okay, I guess we didn't manage to get the pink coins after all. That's alright. Okay, Furia, let's take a look at the code that you recommended earlier. And we'll definitely see more of Skeltane's levels as we go, I think. He's got a huge set here. But we'll get back to him at some point. There's so much to choose from. Clearly a participant in pretty much all of the team music projects from what we can see. Let me just scroll back up to punch into code that we got from Furio, which is going to be FP2 J32 N5G. Yeah, we've seen this one, actually. It was fantastic. And actually, it's funny, Furia, that you said that Electrodude would love this level, because Electrodude sent me this level. In fact, I remember playing this last year before 4YMM, because this was one of the first levels by Canada that I had actually played. Before I went much, much further down their list. So we probably won't do it today. I might go back to it at some point, but we actually have recorded it at some point. This one is fantastic. It is absolutely wonderful. But I will bring up another Toho one just to substitute for that, if that's okay. Because there was another Toho one that I think was maybe referring to that level. Let me just see if I can pick up the code here. So yeah, this is by a Korean maker that would also recently become acquainted with. And so this is RBC. Some of you might know RBC already. Lots of Michael Jackson, and being a Korean maker, lots of BTS on this list. I don't think I'd recognize a single thing by BTS, but regardless, lots of BTS. And so there's a Toho Project 2, and I think there's also a number 1. So we'll do those, and maybe we'll follow up with some Michael Jackson if we have some time. Just to do a bit of moonwalking. So yeah, Electrodude, I don't know if you've seen these ones. You seem to be way ahead of me on some of these. You think you remember watching Orator beating it? I think Orator's chat tends to be confused about a lot of things, though. And, yeah, Electrodude, you beat them previously. I guess I should not be surprised. Well, let's take a look. Demystify Feast plus Alpha, the Phantom of the Opera. We'll see. We'll see what that's all about. I see a Boom Boom in a clown car and a Ludwig. I think we're in for some bullet hell. Okay, here's another Toho level with the icicle effect, of course. And I'm not sure to prevent you from checking upstairs. Okay, just gotta watch our platforming here. Going to have some spare shells coming out of that pipe if we need them. So yeah, this is all dodging and watching the on-off state so we know where the safe zones are going to be. We can also do some vine climbing if we want to apply that strategy. And whoops, okay, that was close, but we managed to get out of there. And there we go, that's the key. Yeah, fairly gentle for a bullet hell that was that dense, actually. And nice little epilogue music segment here. Checking around. And, oh, we have another room coming. Green Heroes, you successfully calmed it down to chat in Orator stream, really. What, did he just run out of R's or something? Yeah. Given the kind of schedule I keep, I used to watch tons of Orator. He was the person I watched the most of in Maker 1 for sure. But now my stream times tend to collide directly with his, and so I haven't really managed to catch him very often lately. Although I did catch that part of the 24-hour stream he did where he was trying to do a Hitman 3 in VR and in costume. And I seem to recall that he actually had to give up on VR fairly quickly just from motion sickness. Because doing that at the end, or near the end of a 24-hour stream is maybe not the best thing you can do for your physical health. Red Knight, welcome. Yeah, sure, let's come through here while the P-switch is still active. And of course we're checking up here. Toho THX 1138. There wasn't a THX at the end of the Star Wars level that we saw from Skelthane just now, was there? Because if there were, that would have actually been the one occasion where it would have been appropriate to say THX 1138. And yeah, Red Knight, Aura definitely nailed the costume. The other thing about Hitman is that, like, I just started getting into Hitman this year, and after having totally overlooked the series up till this point, I started playing the new Hitman trilogy and just got totally absorbed into it. It's probably been the main thing I've been playing on PC this year, in fact, when I'm not busy with my Switch and with Mario Maker. And so it's kind of nice to have that additional context of being familiar with the game already, but not having seen it in VR before until Aura decided to do the costume run. Let's do Toho 2. And then we'll do some other stuff. Oh. Mario and Luigi. We've got a couple of the Michael Jackson ones as well. If anybody knows BTS and reads Korean and wants to hear something specific too, I'd be happy to put something on as a request. But let's take a look at Yokai Mountain. Because Princess Inada is scolding me. Did he get a code bar tattoo? He really should have. And here's more Toho. Going to have a vertical drop in this one. Seen a couple of these ones today. Kill her. Vertical drop with an instruction set. Of course, that's the kind of thing we saw from the Zenmai levels earlier as well. I don't know why my instinct is to tap the sword. We should, of course, be firing stuff through the top right, I want to say. I don't know if that's actually going to fit. Let's think about this. On-off activation somewhere. Still trying to read what's going on here because I clearly have to go on the attack. Let's grab another sword. And yeah, let me think about this because I'm looking at the one-way panels and the spike segment up there, and I'm thinking that maybe you do have to fire an arrow through the corner. Yeah, because it's marked here. There we go. Yeah. Reading markers, not my forte. Okay. At least you can do the diagonal shot here with a standing position rather than jumping around on donut blocks like we did for an hour earlier. Whoops. Still missing the shot here. Let's make a bit of an adjustment to get into position. Whoops. There we go. But yeah, the Ludwig patterns are actually quite nice to play around in terms of visibility and in terms of being able to react to it, despite some of the non-determinism to the projectiles. Whoops. Yeah, fairly gentle level, actually. Because it's tuned around, you know, being able to refresh the sword, and also you mostly just need to camp this spot and not worry about too much. Because there's quite a lot of projectiles here that won't be relevant to you so long as you just remain camped. Grab another sword while we still have some invincibility frames to work with. Nope. And that's how we get into trouble. STGML, welcome. And welcome and good night, I should say. Glad to see you here for music night. However briefly. Okay. Alright, let's do this. And yeah, this time at least we'll get oriented pretty early, knowing what to do. Should be able to get back in shape without too much pain. Okay. Fairly safe position here, actually, as long as we shield out of anything that's coming from the right. And yeah, really nice track to listen to as well. Once again, I do love that backing percussion track. And like, I'm not sure, not really knowing the original tracks, how faithfully everything is recreated, but I feel like Mario Maker has done a lot to kind of make the case for Touhou as something that I should be looking into just for musical purposes. Okay, so here's something thematic from the original game itself, I'm sure. Electrodude, or somebody who knows it, can probably explain. So we got revived, and then you made the princess angry. Angry face. And then we kill. Well, it turns out the princess was in another castle. Diagonal shot down here for some reason, because we need to throw a bomb in and reposition it. No? Yes? Okay. Let's grab this. Bullet Blaster is going to give me the sword refresh. Bumper is going to save my butt hair. No, Conveyor Belt is going to do everything we need for the bomb, so... I don't know why the downward arrow shot is there then. I don't feel like we need it. Unless there's some additional phase that we don't know about. And I don't see the setup for that, so... And I'll catch up on the comments in a bit. I'm just doing a bit of dodging right now, but I think Electrodude explained something about a boss fight. He said the boss fight this song originates from has no princess at all. Okay. Well, that's because, like I said, the princess is in another castle. Anyway, here's a GG. Let's reveal the Touhou text at the very top. You did play a Cerno's perfect math test level once. And Meg, so your understanding, Touhou is all about murdering cute anime girls and listening to a really great soundtrack while you're doing it, apparently. Oh, it's another Touhou song. Okay, I see. And yeah, momentarily saying, I did stream Scrabble very briefly on Wednesday, but today was the first day kind of testing out the capture card in terms of how we would be doing in terms of audio performance. I think things have actually been going well so far. We've been playing music levels for over the past 2 hours, and I think we haven't had any issues with sound lagging behind or glitching out or changing in pitch or anything like that, at least nothing that has been reported, so a fairly successful stress test that will hopefully stick around in terms of the improvements that we have been able to make. Okay, grab a bucket of popcorn. We're going to do Michael Jackson's Thriller. 95%, this is probably just going to be an auto-scroll or something. but we'll do it anyway. Electrodude, yeah, sure, go ahead and post. Oh, you want to post a link? Yeah, just give me one moment and I'll give you a permit. Actually, Electrodude, you're a sub. You have link permission already. Yeah, because I don't have the link block on for people who are actively subscribed. I'd actually forgotten that until recently. And yeah, here's the little music video horror show opening. So it's funny because you know how in the Sand Kingdom in Super Mario Odyssey, there's that zone that you drop into, like the icy zone that has all the zombies? I totally put on my hat and suit there and staged a thriller photo shoot in the Odyssey photo mode. I'm not even really particularly into Michael Jackson. I feel like I kind of slowly came to appreciate Michael Jackson because you know, other musicians were really making a good case for him. And now I'm listening to this and it's like, okay, you know, this is actually a great track. But oddly enough, like, Michael Jackson was not somebody I really sort of appreciated while he was still alive. Although I guess, you know, people who were into Sonic the Hedgehog 3 would have been way ahead on that score. Speaking of which, simply because Sonic 3 plus Knuckles is finally getting re-released in the collection later this year, I guess they finally sorted something out with the... not the Michael Jackson estate, but, you know, whichever music producer it was that was creating that rights holdup with Sonic 3 for ages and ages. There's this thing that I've been asked in the past, where I've seen other people ask in the past, what's a conspiracy theory that you actually fully believe? And I've heard some pretty interesting answers to that in the past, but the one I usually give is the one that Michael Jackson did in fact contribute music to Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Like, I feel like I've been hearing that claim forever without seeing it verified, but I totally believe that to be the case. I'm sure somebody who knows either Michael Jackson or Sonic properly can speak to that. Am I the only one who wants to dance to this song? Let's dance. Yeah, these are quick. These are 90% levels. We'll just run one or two more of them, Electrodude, and we'll take a look at your suggested code after that. Or, oh, no, that's just a YouTube link. Never mind. I thought you suggested a level, but that's okay. We'll just run a few more. Hit the question blocks, okay. We totally missed the first question block. Oh, because you can hit question blocks on the beat, that's why. So that's how you kind of emulate dancing with the song. The opening screen was dense enough that I didn't see the hit instruction. And I wonder if it was present in the last level. I think it must have been. Yeah, I don't read Mario Maker pixel text very quickly. Usually takes me a moment to process, despite how many escape rooms I play in this game. But yeah, we'll just step to the beat. And in we go. Yeah, I mean, kind of flashy 90% material, but the mix was quite nice. Yeah, I was actually introduced to RPC's work, I think, with that Super Mario Galaxy level, I want to say, that they had done previously. Breakable Determination? Oh yeah, because I guess it's the sort of composer community thing that everybody is constantly doing. I want to say Undertale, or am I correct about that? I don't actually know the titles of a lot of the tracks in Undertale, despite having played the game and listened to the music years ago. Let's do one more, yeah. 22%, this might have a bit more platforming to it. So yeah, it looks like it is another maker who was from the composer community. But I think, of course, a lot of the music makers do interact with that in some way. Electrodude used to love Michael Jackson's music, but momentarily saying you're asking why doesn't he now? Obviously because of a structural bias against Sonic the Hedgehog 3. That's clearly the explanation. So we need to avoid something. Oh, we just need to... Why is that telling me to do an arrow shot? It's a little bit visually busy to see what's going on, I think, but... Yeah, falling behind pace a little bit here. I don't know if it's strictly necessary to keep the Master Sword, but we should assume that maybe it is. Whoops, falling behind once again. Okay. And then up we go. Yeah, we just need to survive. This is a 22% level. Let's drop this here. And grab all this stuff. Wonder what the Master Swords are hedging against in terms of getting hit by something. Anyway, let's go to the next segment. Sonic 3 was an inside job, yeah. Of course it was. Kidding. Hello. Oh yeah, because I guess this was for the composer-versary, composer birthday. I only know that because I've played other music levels by people who all submitted something to the birthday bash. Because I know it was a big music community collaboration thing. Here's a cake, because like with 4YMM, composer was 4 years old. Love the little gift wrap here. Oops. Missing the flag. And yeah, Meng, thank you for the birthday wishes. Happy birthday to you too. THX, exactly. Okay, just looking at my list here, we'll get through a couple of other makers today, I think. I actually hadn't finished up some of the remaining music levels that I had not played by our shall we say, official coordinator, Minibarf. Page Master Mario. Use your inside voices. Yeah, because I've played almost all of Minibarf's creations except for some of the music levels, and I don't know if... Yeah, this is marked as themed in single player, but it's got the 8th note in the title, so I assume there's music in it. Happy birthday to you too, momentarily saying, and Supernova, happy birthday to you. Boo. Okay. Books. Okay, so we'll see, because a lot of Minibarf's levels usually have some kind of music track at the end, like they'll have some kind of looping boss segment, and this may or may not be the case here as we enter the Page Master library. And whoops. Ah, there we go. Yeah, it would have been useful to have the sword here, but that's okay. Oh, I see. This is Game of Thrones. because it's a song of ice and fire. Look at that. You've got ice in the bottom layer, fire on the top. Whoops. A bit anachronistic to the Pagemaster, of course. The Pagemaster in the 1990s being the big public domain literary mashup that's predated. Oh, maybe it didn't predate the original first volume of Game of Thrones, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I guess the first 3 volumes of A Song of Ice and Fire would have been in the 90s, because I want to say Storm of Swords was maybe like somewhere around 2000 or so. Here's the thing, I don't really know Game of Thrones in terms of the television series or any of the recent stuff, because I actually stopped reading them after book 3, back when there were only 3 books. And I just never went back to any of that stuff. Yeah, momentarily saying I actually have no memory of the Pagemaster game. I do remember there was the film, and you know, because it was designed to be a lot of children's first introduction to 19th century literature. But anyway, we'll try to get through the Game of Thrones segment here. Boo. And it's a boo. Books. Yeah, I've got to check this. For no reason. So yeah, Supernova, hope you're doing well. I did see that in my brief period of absence that I had missed something new from you as well, so certainly hoping to see that as we get into the weekend. Oh, got whacked yet again. That's okay, the sword was not that useful for me anyway. Well, apart from being able to deflect that stuff, of course. Just think of Peter Dinklage as the lyrics. Okay. So, in terms of the television series of A Game of Thrones, I have watched precisely 2 things about it. I've watched the opening credit sequence with the map and with the music here, because I remember seeing a parody, actually momentarily saying, you'll appreciate this, that's in the early days of StarCraft 2, somebody rebuilt the credit sequence in Game of Thrones in the map editor. You know, so you'd have the StarCraft camera fly over the various bases and such to emulate the original map sequence that was designed for the titles in the show. So I've seen the opening titles to Game of Thrones, and I have seen the last 5 minutes of the entire series. Quite by accident, in fact, because I just was visiting a friend's place and just pulled in very late after a lengthy cross-border drive the night that the Game of Thrones finale aired. And so we pulled into their driveway and entered their place when they were watching the show with 5 minutes remaining. And so, yes, I know who claims the Iron Throne, and having actually read the original 3 books, I know who that character is. And that is about the extent of it. But yeah, I do know that the Season 8 material was reputedly not very well received among people who have been following the series for a long time. Do I know who Brandon Sanderson is by chance? Yes, I do. Because I first heard of Brandon Sanderson because he was the one who was, of course, writing the follow-ups, or rather the final volumes to Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time after Robert Jordan had died. I am not really much of a fan of the Wheel of Time. I think the Wheel of Time is probably the easiest way to demonstrate to someone the concept of a sunk cost fallacy. In that, you know, you kind of get into the first couple volumes and it's pulpy fantasy adventure stuff that seems to go places, and then The further you go along, the more you realize that all of it is just like padding where they eventually get to the point of reviving all of the episodic mini bosses that they have at the end of each book, where, you know, it's like you killed them once and it's like you go back and you kill them again because there's just nothing to that series anymore but padding. Which, of course, is what led to the circumstance of Robert Jordan dying before he could finish the series, and Brandon Sanderson having to mop it up. I do know some people who are much bigger fantasy readers than I am who tell me that the thing that Brandon Sanderson is notable for is that his characters have a lot of meetings. Like in his own series, not with Wheel of Time, but with Mistborn and stuff like that. That apparently his characters get along and have a lot of meetings when they prepare for battle. So that's what I know about Brandon Sanderson, having not actually read him directly myself. Okay, going to have a multi-checkpoint set up here. Let's touch the moon for some reason, or not, because we accidentally go down the pipe. Wonder if this is a safety coin. It looks like a safety coin. But I wasn't really paying much attention to the checkpoint setup here, so who knows. Let's go back down to steps and into segment number 2. Have I read any of Sanderson's books not Wheel of Time? Yeah, like I said, no, I have not. I do know of stuff like Mistborn, but do we get a switch? Yes, we do, and unfortunately I was kind of bending the wrong way on that vine, and that's just what's going to happen when you crash against a wall like that. Should look into Cosmere or The Way of Kings. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really a big fantasy reader. I'm one of those people who like really loved Lord of the Rings, and then sort of tried to get into other fantasy afterwards, including George R.R. Martin, and realized that it didn't have any of the stuff that I actually liked about the Lord of the Rings. But you know, one shouldn't be too judgmental about that stuff. Like, occasionally you run into something that really stands out in a genre despite not really being into it from previous experience. But yeah, I dropped The Wheel of Time, I think, after 7 volumes or so. And by that point, I thought I'd already kind of sunk way too much time into it without any kind of hope of a decent payoff. Like, I realized at that point that there were literally far better things I could be doing with my life. It was getting to the point where I was using the books as a sleep aid, almost. Like, I would just reliably fall asleep when trying to get through them. So I guess if I ever want to you know, adjust my sleeping schedule or something again, we'll get back to the Wheel of Time at some point. But yeah, I was not too fond of where that went, for sure. I'm not too much of an audiobook person either. Like, I can't really absorb literature that way at all, despite having been introduced to a lot of things through adaptations in classic radio drama. So it used to be back in the 30s to 50s or thereabouts that you would have radio theater companies like, most famously, the Orson Welles Mercury Theater, which did the big War of the Worlds broadcast back in, I want to say 1938? 1939? I think it was 1938. Yeah, you would basically have those radio theater companies do literary adaptations as well as film adaptations all the time, and I actually did grow up with a fair bit of that stuff as my first introduction to some of the material they were adapting, but despite that, I'm really not an audiobook person. But yeah, I can tell that, you know, for people who are able to absorb information that way and able to follow literature through audio, that, as with people who listen to a lot of podcasts, a much more efficient way of consuming lots of content that you otherwise wouldn't be able to make the time or space for. But this is why, it's sometimes amusing when people ask me on this stream if I come from some background in radio or something, which is something I hear somewhat often. Because the reality is that I'm not much of a radio listener to begin with. I'm not really somebody who, puts on podcasts or does anything like that. Partly because if I'm putting anything on at all, I usually put on music rather than people talking. But yeah, I don't actually absorb hearing people talk very well. And it may be surprising. Supernova, you listen to music constantly? I actually can't really guess what music Supernova knows other than, say, the music to Celeste or something, because that's like the one thing culturally outside of Mario Maker that I actually know about Supernova. But yeah, I have no idea what I could imagine Supernova jamming out to. You prefer talk shows over music, and you listen to sports talk in the car. Okay. I've recently been introduced to the concept of sidecasting, where people run Twitch streams where they just do commentary, like do their own commentary over simultaneous sports events with the expectation that you're also watching on a separate screen at the same time, so they don't run into rights issues. The only reason I know this is because I have admittedly been combing Twitch for not entirely legal restreams of the Euro Cup, which in my country we don't get very good coverage of at all. Very difficult to get much football at all around here, in fact. But yeah, I've been following Euro 2020 kind of loosely, and that's how I was recently introduced to this whole world of people doing sidecasts in the sports category in Twitch, which, it's kind of sensible they would do that. I remember people doing that for stuff like StarCraft, in fact, where some players would just have their own separate hangout stream outside of the main commentary. And yeah, momentarily saying, I usually, when I say football, I usually, despite being from North America, I do in fact mean association football or soccer. I've never really followed American or Canadian football. So I think the vast majority of NFL football players in America that I can name, I only know because of criminal cases. So, for example, I know Michael Vick because of the whole animal abuse thing, and I know about O.J. Simpson because he's O.J. Simpson, and probably did it. Okay, we missed our opportunity there, but we're on top of a safe semi-solid, so am I totally dead? No, I'm not. Because the glove is going to point its way up. And down we go. Yeah, so for those of you who weren't here from the very start of the stream, the first level we played today was Death Despised music level from South Park, which was naturally Blame Canada. I didn't manage to find a secret in that level, but it wasn't my fault, because we could just blame Canada. But yeah, unfortunately I was not able to play that last week on the 1st of July because I was off stream. I would have liked to do so. I am to Supernova, probably some kind of anti-checkpoint setup, knowing how Mini Barf does things. There probably is no cost to taking that coin, in fact, just because you get out safely. There is that small possibility of a timeout, but... Anyway, this is the music to Jaws, actually. Interesting to see Jaws in my page master here. Oh, and yeah, gonna have to shark at the very end. And yeah, I murdered Jaws, that's right. Actually, the name of the shark, as most of you versed in Spielberg trivia would know, is actually Bruce. So Steven Spielberg referred to the shark in Jaws as Bruce, because I think that was the name of one of his lawyers. But yeah, on set, apparently everybody just referred to the shark as Bruce. So there's your film trivia for you. Bruce is also the name of the shark in the game Raft. Yeah, I think it's actually been a running joke ever since Jaws, that people call their shark Bruce. So for example, if you've seen Finding Nemo, the shark that is in that kind of Alcoholics Anonymous fish are friends, not food scene, his name is also Bruce. And that was a tribute to Spielberg's Bruce. Yeah, let's catch up on a bit more Mini Barf music while we're here. Here's a Christmas level. We've been catching up on so many Christmas levels recently. When we are the farthest from Christmas that we can be. But we'll reunite Red Yoshi with Green Yoshi in time for Christmas. Well, we've got plenty of shopping days to go, so let's do it. And yeah, Green Heroes, you were saying that thing about Finding Nemo right as I was saying it. I was feeling so clever about that, but you were way ahead of me in chat. Let's actually jump off Yoshi properly this time. Okay, get back in position here. And forward. Okay, shoot some fire. Slide around a bit. I'm of course thinking about whether any of the instruments would be vulnerable, but then that's why you're using things like stars and dry bones here. So they don't get nuked by Yoshi fire. Okay, down we go. Can I name the two sharks that lived with Bruce in Finding Nemo? I used to be able to. Yeah, I feel like my sort of brain for trivia has declined over time, but there was a time when my knowledge of Pixar in particular was very, very deep. It isn't anymore, because I've just been away from some of that stuff for too long. But yeah, I don't think I necessarily recognize these songs either. I think it's something Christmassy, obviously, but are we waiting for a POW block activation? No, we're waiting for a donut block. Custom scroll, here we go. Alright, let's try to make our way up here. Down towards Fire Yoshi. Look at this location. I wonder if it's actually a soft lock. Let's check. I didn't think so, but... You know, when you're right at the end, you kind of wonder if something will troll you that way. I wouldn't have expected that, of course. I mean... And then you have the pink coins being just used as Christmas ornaments at the very end. And you're going to be denied a full collection because you can't have everything you want for Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, man. And Happy Easter. If somebody can find me a music level that's based on Easter Parade, then yeah, we'll certainly celebrate that as well. I mean, we celebrate Easter in Mario Maker all the time, given how many resurrections we go through. What? Drugong is evolving. I admit I don't know my Pokemon music all that well, but we'll see if we can pick out something here. And yeah, momentarily saying grats to you too. Whoops. Totally angled that wrong. Do I want to jump on this guy right away? Yes, I do. And then we want to wait for the platform to come back up. So, is this actually a music level? It's supposedly a music level. Or will be at some point. One of your childhood friends just told you he's having a kid today. Momentarily saying, were you here when we did the Redbeard escape room that was the birth announcement? Oh, whoops. Yeah, because you were here for that, yeah. Is this even music? Well, I mean, it's about to be, as you can see. We just got to that segment where things are starting to play. I gotta admit, I don't actually know what Drugong is. Somebody will have to explain the joke to me. This is the kind of, you know, revelation of ignorance that you set yourself up for as a streamer who just gets into these situations. Okay. Well, whatever Drugong is, that's evolving. Oh, I see. Okay, now we're getting into Pokemon music. This I recognize. Yeah, we need to duck under this. Up we go, through the castle. Bounce this just to see what's going on. I see coins down there. I was about to check down there for the coins. Fighting theme of Gen 1 Pokemon? Yeah, it is. Okay. Whoops. Let's exercise just a little bit more patience. And there we go. Yeah, I do love this moment here later with dropping out under the pokey. It's a nice touch. Yeah, I'm going to check down there because I'm reckless. And that was a bad idea. Okay. So yeah, you do need to get on top of the missiles to go back upstairs if you do in fact go for those coins. I feel like we probably weren't supposed to go for those coins, but they look so tantalizing. Like a secret waiting to happen. So the neat thing about this level is that it seems like a lot of what's going on here with the instrumentation then drops into the level and interacts with you. So that's something that's a little bit different than usual. That you're only going to scroll through some of that stuff once, and so they actually kind of became activated in the zone that you're playing through. And so that's how you kind of have the entities being doubled here between the music segment as well as the playable platforming segment. And, okay. Don't know if I should have gone for that question block, probably. Got a little bit trapped on the screen edge over here. Yeah, back when there were only 151 instead of however many million Pokemon. I think it's like 800 some now. I know they did a bit of a culling in Gen 8. To people's great dismay. Yeah, Pokemon is probably the major Nintendo property I know least well. Like, I play it once every few generations very casually. But, you know, everybody who plays a lot of Nintendo still has some blind spots here and there, and Pokemon just happens to be mine. And yeah, this is the evolution music. As you can see, we are pressing the wrong buttons to interrupt the evolution at the very end. Whoops. Okay, we can afford to be a little patient here despite the auto-scroll. And Mang has never played Pokemon, but has seen a lot of the anime. Yeah, it was interesting to learn that in terms of total revenue across all of its different multimedia branches, that Pokemon actually is the biggest media franchise of all time. Like, I don't know if it's what I would have guessed necessarily, but it's one of those things where once you hear that statistic, you realize, oh yeah, it's definitely true. Whoops. Let's be cautious here. Okay. You know, the running sound effect in SMB3 when you build up the P meter kind of adds a little bit of spice to this track as well. Like, it blends quite well. You know, just a little bit here when you have the P meter just activate momentarily before you have to slow down. Yeah, if we run into having a stream muted for playing a music level, I mean, considering how often my stream gets muted for playing just a bog standard Super Mario World Castle, worse things have definitely happened on the copyright front. Whoops. We cannot slow down that much. I do need to rush ahead a little bit here. You know, it's Nintendo songs, but hey, you never know. I mean, that's exactly the situation with Super Mario World Castle. That, you know, you spend too long staring at a puzzle level or something in that style, and you do, in fact, get smacked by the copyright detection. Okay, let's actually run. I mean, maybe we should follow instructions for once. Except, I'll need to aim a little bit more carefully, maybe take some of the coins as guidance. And sooner or later we'll discover if I actually still understand how to play this game. Yes, slowing down a little too much for sure. I should not be backing out quite so much. I should try to stay reasonably centered as the auto-scroll catches up behind us. Seeing that question block once again. Oh look, we get some boots, or no, frogs. Happy what? Oh no, I see. I was supposed to ride the cloud. I totally didn't see that cloud. I get the sense that this is probably another birthday level, probably for somebody named Drugong, who I don't know about. Unless this was also the Composerversary. Who knows? But yeah, it looks like we're in for another birthday treat here. So, you know, once again, happy birthday to all of you in stream. You can definitely get a star if you get ahead of the screen. Yeah, I don't think I was paying too much attention to the star positioning there. Whoops. Totally flubbing this one. Okay. Yeah, let's not fall back quite so much. Should actually aim for the note blocks as much as I can. Very easy to just see them as musical elements and not take advantage of them nearly enough as platforms to jump on. Isn't Poser's real name Tyrone, not Drew? I actually don't know. I'm not really that connected to that community, as I said. So, like I said, I have no idea who Drugong is. But there's a big side of the Mario Maker community that I'm not too in touch with simply for reasons of time, in terms of just not being active in the hours when they are active, so... Yeah, among the people who are kind of the big name, you know, partner level streamers in Mario Maker, I definitely haven't really been in touch with all of them by any means as a viewer. And partly it's also because as I've gotten into streaming this game myself, most of the people I'm in contact with when I do log into Twitch tend to be the people who are operating on a similar scale or slightly larger. You know, where you can actually have a lot more interaction with chat when you have, say, less than 50 viewers, when you can actually get a message in and when people actually know each other. It's something you may have heard on a stream, yeah, if you've been watching it for long enough, I'm sure you can pick up a lot of that eventually. I mean, people who have been watching me for long enough do also know my given name by now, having seen it as it's just my name on my Switch profile, so whenever I do anything multiplayer, it does show up. Because I've never bothered using online handles or anything for my local Nintendo profiles. Whoops. Anyway, really making a bit of a wash of this. Let's aim a little better. So yeah, we'll be doing a few more after this one, but probably not too many. I think as far as a test stream goes, in terms of making sure my setup is back in order, this has actually been largely successful. Running through this level has not been as successful. But yeah, like I've been saying, viewer levels will come back this weekend. And we'll be doing indie games in the midweek streams next week. And I'll be revealing the lineup for that at the end of this stream. But yeah, I essentially picked up way too much stuff in the eShop sales in June and wanted to at least record some of the shorter games that can be done in a reasonable amount of time. And that's something I really wanted to get started on at the beginning of July, but we were, of course, thrown off slightly by the audio problems that we had. Alright, let's actually pay attention here. This has inadvertently turned out to be one of the more challenging segments that I've played today. Although I think the record holder will remain that Zenmai Zelda boss. Yeah, falling a little bit behind there, you can see the frog land right on top of those clouds there, in fact, on the right side of the screen. I think I have a vague sense of what Slade's old profile looked like. I would have no idea what it looks like now. Yeah, I actually have very little sense of the, you know, sort of mega streamer side of Twitch in terms of the people who actually wind up on the front page with tens of thousands of viewers constantly. I'm only familiar with very few of them. Because I'm trying to remember, was Slade one of the ones who went over to Mixer for a while and was offered a generous advance on that, or I may be thinking of somebody else entirely. Oh, I know that he is somebody who does run Mario Maker, or used to as well, isn't he? Does Mario Maker Mondays, or back in Maker 1. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of people who run this game, and of all sizes. And you can go quite a long time without encountering some pretty major fixtures of the community. Okay. Happy birthday, Drew Gong, I'm guessing. Let's not drop out of the cloud too early. Let's check up here, though, just to see what we can do now that we've earned our way all the way over here. And yeah, Mang, happy birthday to you again as well. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have jumped out of that. Oh, okay, no, I was trying to see what that was. It's something that's on wings that's floating down there, because I just instinctively went to the right, and there we go. Yeah, lots of birthday levels. And yeah, happy birthday to you too, Green Heroes. Well, Supernova, it's clearly a level that's meant to be troll for a specific person. I don't think it's, you know, the kind of checkpoint death that you're going to be thinking too hard about in terms of treating it as a level for general audiences who pick up an endless or something. the humor is that as a birthday level, you know, as you get older, you run into more and more situations in life that feel like you're being dropped into a checkpoint that's over a pit of nothingness. And yet, you press on. Some at a time. Okay, so we will do a couple more. Let me just pull up another maker. I had a couple of music puzzles marked out. We might save some of them for Puzzle Day instead. So in the meantime, yeah, let's do a little bit more just music platforming. We might end up with a puzzle or something. Wanted to catch up on one or two by a really good chiptune arranger in this game. Another prolific music maker. This is Bossman. It's been a while since I've caught up on Bossman, and so we'll do at least one or two. You know, do some of the video game themed ones, perhaps, like this Mega Man one here, or DKC down there. We'll just do one or two too. See, oh, here's another Composerversary level. I guess we're just doing a late Composerversary stream at this point, given that we're seeing everybody's contribution to that event back in April. Sure, let's take a look. Why not? It's something that's not Undertale. Yeah. Always loved this track in Mega Man 2, actually. Just the musical legacy of classic Mega Man is quite something to look back on. I'm still kind of disappointed that Capcom doesn't seem to have followed up on what they were doing with Mega Man 11. Because Mega Man 11, I thought, was a very promising direction for continuing the series. Even though the Wily's Castle segment in that game felt conspicuously unfinished. Yeah, I also had the Mega Man Anniversary disc on GameCube. The problem with playing it on GameCube is that the GameCube D-pad is awful and was really not built for serious 2D platforming. It's the kind of gamepad that is built for taunting people in Smash Brothers and not much else. As much as I love the GameCube, I think the thing that was very conspicuously lacking about it was any kind of 2D library outside of a few grand exceptions like Beautiful Joe and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which was not played with the D-pad. We're going to drop in this side just to see what's here. But yeah, the first time I played some of the Mega Man games would have been through the Anniversary disc on GameCube for sure. Was very fond of Mega Man 9 on Wii, but I never followed up on Mega Man 10, which also released after it, because I just wasn't with my Wii at the time, and so I might pick up one of the Capcom collections at some point. I know they split the classic Mega Man collections into two, but I might actually pick up one of them at some point to revisit 9 and also catch up on 10. But I was quite impressed with 11, actually. I was mostly quite satisfied with what they were doing with it, and I really wish that they had continued along that line of developing the series. Here's a Fear Factory. Bossman's favorite track from Donkey Kong Country. Hopefully worth the wait. Green Heroes, you said you drew a comment on that one. We'll go back and look at that one afterwards. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm sure that's Green Heroes. You were very attentive to the color palette. Also, I love how the use of the airship theme here actually does fit, in some ways, the factory theme and the original Donkey Kong Country. The last time I replayed Donkey Kong Country, which was last year, I was surprised by how short it was. I picked up the Super Nintendo controller, the one that's compatible with Switch, which I'm using right now for most of the Mario Maker that I play here. So I picked it up for Mario Maker, and the first thing I actually took it on a test drive for was DKC1, which I just kind of did on a whim one day, just to fill in some time, and I was really surprised at how quickly it got through the whole thing, because it felt like a much bigger game when I had played it originally, or even when I was revisiting it during the Wii era, I want to say. But yeah, DKC1 you can just easily crash through in one sitting without really breaking a sweat. I've actually still never played DKC3, even though now it has been added to the Switch Online library. Okay, up we go. I have to control some of those jumps along the way. And we're going to get 1-ups for Endless and a checkpoint. And more factory. We do have to make use of the claw momentum. And yeah, on-off switch is going to be controlling this layout here. Whoops, totally missed the claw. Well, that jump could have gone much, much better. Can't really even blame the airship camera bob for that, given that aiming for ground is not at all the issue here. Everything's quite visible. Okay, into the claw, and up we go. But yeah. It is a very nice track, definitely a bold choice for one's favorite in DKC1, given that I think the popular selection tends to be something like aquatic ambience. But yeah, really interesting just how much Donkey Kong Country owed to its musical identity in terms of distinguishing itself from what was previously the look and feel of Donkey Kong. I mean, there's quite a lot going on there with Country kind of becoming its own series and then steadily taking over Donkey Kong's public image for a generation. Then up we go. And here we are. Yeah, looks like we'll have an on-off switch over here, and we'll loop back around to eventually get out through the end pipe. Now with the switch toggled. So yeah, once again, just one of those music levels that crams in quite a lot of platforming just with the use of the on-off switching. Yeah, I need to really commit to either backing up into that falling flimsy lift or pressing on to the blue platforms that I didn't previously know were there. Up we go. And that's the flag. Okay, we'll do a few more, I think. Yeah, the nice thing about the music levels is that apart from some of the boss levels that we saw previously from Zenmai, they have been going by at a pretty decent clip. In spite of this, once again, being a genre that I struggle with, like a lot of composers' own levels, in fact, I have had tons of trouble with in the past. More so than the average dedicated Mario Maker player, I think. Let's take a look at another music maker that I did play a fair bit of last year, but haven't revisited in some time. Also, it looks like I may have temporarily lost my connection to chat over the last few minutes, so if you had chat messages show up in the last few minutes, I would have missed them. So in case I didn't respond to anybody, that would be why. Oh yes, the comments. Sorry about that, Green Heroes. Let's go back to look at that. This was the one, right? On Flashman? Or was that something else previously? Let's take a look. And yeah, we're not going to read the comments too carefully here. Let's just scroll down to the artwork. Let me know if I am on the correct level. I think this was the one you were talking about. 200 comments though, we might be in for another page. Yeah, probably next page by the looks of it. About a year old. Okay, here we are getting into more than 1 year ago. Let's try to dig this out. Was this yours? No, probably not. Get equipped with Time Stopper. Apparently. Look at this. Not quite the total recreation of the Flashman artwork, but close enough. Oh, here we are. What on earth is M. Bison doing? Oh, I guess it's because it's Capcom. Close enough. Capcom versus Mario Maker. Now that's an idea, isn't it? Capcom versus Mario Maker. Somebody needs to pitch that. Let me get back to the code that I was trying to punch in. Like I said, this is a maker I have not caught up on in quite some time, I think. And his theme from Street Fighter 3 is a remix of the Flashman theme. You know, I had forgotten that. I've played very little Street Fighter 3. I actually totally missed out on 3 in the arcade originally and didn't catch up on it until the Anniversary Collection released on Switch. And I found immediately that I definitely felt like I overlooked all of Street Fighter 3 in terms of how good the roster actually is and how good the artwork is. That it's just a beautiful game to look at. And was just a height of that era of 2D sprite design, which I think was just sort of unfairly overlooked because people were ignoring 2D going into the late 90s. Hey, let's take a look at Minecart Madness, since this is almost certainly more DKC. Unless we can think of some other minecart. But the only thing missing here is the clang of the rails, so let's see how this is. Down we go, into the mines. Yeah, Green Heroes, let me send you a permit. I'm not going to click through right now, of course, but it'll be nice to have the link here regardless. And if you want something a little more accessible in the long run, you can also pop it in a Discord if you'd like. Go ahead and link it. Anyway, massive loading zone over here. And what's happening here? Let's... And yeah, it totally is DKC. Have to watch the spikes in the corners, of course. And buys this theme from Street Fighter EX3. Okay, well, definitely check that out afterwards. Oh, EX3, of course. Yeah. No, I don't know why I was talking about Street Fighter 3, given that M. Bison is not there, of course. Yeah, no, I didn't know that background about the conjunction with Flashman's team. So, whoops. Nice deep cut there when it comes to the Capcom library. Yeah, Supernova, when it comes to track timing, that is usually the case, I think. If you look at all the curved elements here, then a lot of things seemed like they were very carefully retuned. Okay, down we go. Into the pit. Let's actually make it over. Really shouldn't be dying before the music actually gets underway. Okay, up we go. Yeah, no, I do need to go all the way up both the spikes there, and just under the bonsai, slip in there. Yeah, I think the issue that I was running into with the spike there was that the way it was scrolling in on camera did kind of catch me by surprise. Also the way that, you know, with these platforms just being 3 tiles wide, they really do slide right against the corner of those spike block hitboxes. But yeah, I really love how advanced, as I was saying, music tech has become in this game. I feel like it's a very technically advanced side of the game that I just don't know nearly enough about as a maker. I mean, I have seen people do music level building and also show off some of the tech behind it. And post guides and all that, but I think there's a certain amount of this that you do need to pick up from experience as a music maker. As the music makers in the room, like Green Heroes, would certainly know. That in terms of just understanding how to tune a lot of this stuff and how to debug it and assemble it all together, you kind of need to run into the pitfalls firsthand, I would imagine. Figuring out how to do it. But anyway, I love how things get kicked off right here. I think that early platforming segment is partly just there to stall you as well. It's actually obey to Z for once. No, I don't think they're pixel perfect. If I understand you correctly there. Like, it's not like we're dealing with spike precision or something. We do have to keep on our toes. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of a run on that platform before we jump off. So yeah, given how long I've been running the stream, I think the music puzzles that I had marked out, I'm going to save for a puzzle day. Which might not be in some time, because we'll be, as I said, running mostly indie games during the midweek streams over the next 2 to 3 weeks. But we'll get back to puzzle days at some point, and maybe even sneak in one every now and then. And I definitely have a list that will kind of overlap with some of this musical interest as well, especially now that it seems like audio is actually working again. I mean, I also didn't expect to spend an hour on that one Zenmai boss battle earlier today. That's partly what threw off plans slightly. The fact that the note blocks are not trying to match a very standard BPM. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it is in the initial drop that you're looking at with the track setup to determine that. As I said, I don't really notice as a builder, and so I don't know what kind of patterns you're keeping your eye out for when it comes to that synchronization. I mean, are you thinking that it would not necessarily load consistently, or that there would just be some fluctuation in the loop that desyncs it over time? Like, what's the actual issue that would be introduced by the imprecision? Would it be a loop synchronization issue, or just something else with the loading? Oops. You wish you had the exact numbers. Yeah, it seems like track theory has been very well mapped out in some ways. As well as the usage of the various game styles to get a different range of tempo markings than you would ordinarily be limited to. Let's once again stall just a little bit longer on that platform. Lecter, this is supposed to be eventually the DKC minecart theme. That's correct. Welcome Lecter, by the way. Lecter, the designer of our beautiful GG emote. And there we go. But yeah, we run a couple of DKC levels today. Very appealing to music makers, as you might expect. And yeah, it totally is a DKC minecart. Up we go. No, we just need to continue bouncing on that, obviously. Yeah, that is definitely the risk with a vertical level like this, is that during a vertical climb, you occasionally may run into some issues with the way that ceiling elements, like the spikes and those icicles, are scrolling in. Since I'm not really getting high bounces at that point, I definitely found that the icicles were catching me slightly by surprise. This is surprisingly reminiscent of the actual minecart gameplay, though, and DKC itself, in terms of the track jumping. Yeah, man, we do in fact have a command that's I plugged in when we actually got the GG emote in, which I haven't edited since. Whoops. Anyway, dropping into the mine shaft once more. And digging our way all the way back out. Okay, so we do need to remember to stall a bit on that one platform that's coming up here. There we go. Plenty of room to work with over here with that secondary bounce. And we'll just follow up on the same element, which is always nice. I think one of the sort of hidden pleasures of Mario Maker sometimes is to see a lot of really good element reuse in terms of how people are squeezing every drop they can out of the entity limit, and also just out of setups that kind of carry forward into other setups. I think from a sort of making perspective, that's always something that gets my attention as a player when you have those elements get recycled in interesting ways. And yeah, Green Heroes, I don't think I knew about that subpixel issue that you're describing. But again, you know, I'm not somebody who's deep in the music making scene, and so it's kind of nice to have some additional context from somebody who actually knows how this stuff is put together in terms of the kind of issues that can arise. Okay, up we go. Total miss. I was about to say, I do like how you get a chance to adjust your own timing there. You're not locked to a strict linear timing, as long as you're just able to make the jump when it suits you. But as you can see, we were maybe stalling a little bit too much there. Alright, let's drop in. It's easier to aim for medium auto-scroll and lava lift speed with note blocks on tracks. Yeah, there's something that happens with the way that auto-scroll... This is not exactly related to what you're saying, but the way that auto-scroll messes with rising lava, poison, and water as well. That there's this variance that gets introduced by vertical auto-scroll that I don't know if people have really documented it in depth, but it was something that always caught me off guard. And you know, a number of people here, I think you've worked with vertical auto-scroll before. You've most certainly seen that issue arise. And man, yeah, it's kind of interesting that, of course, the menu music itself is keeping the long-running convention of Yoshi adding bongos everywhere. I don't think I was aware of that either, but I've never really spent much time on the menu screen. You know, as much as it is a cliche of sorts for the Little Timmy levels to just be copying the opening screens with very few editing, very little editing going on. For the longest time, I just wasn't able to recognize the title screens in Mario Maker simply because I would be suspending the game without exiting and booting back into it. And so for probably the first many weeks of Mario Maker 2, I pretty much never looked at the title screen or got to recognize any of the levels that would be there. Sort of seeded initially when you're loading into the game. Because when Mario Maker came out, I think I didn't switch off of it until Fire Emblem was out a little over a month later. I switch out of it a lot more nowadays because I do occasionally check my town in Animal Crossing to see if the art market is open. But, okay, let's get that jump down a little bit faster. The main issue with vertical autoscroll is that nothing seems to match its speed. Yeah, it's definitely got some weirdness to it. It's got some interesting synchronizations when you're going down. When you're going up, a little bit more difficult to work with. But I found that downward vertical autoscroll has actually led to some really interesting designs. Okay, up we go. And up. Yeah, I should probably not spend so long as to sink all the way down. We should, in fact, follow the arrows from time to time. Okay, here we are. Yeah, tracks in general just kind of wreck your budget. In terms of elements that eat into your budget once you put them on tracks, like various blocks. All the blocks, really. Okay. There we go. At long last. Oh, very nice of this level, too. Offer those vines under the pipe entry. And here the music escalates, but the minecart level itself doesn't. Not so much. Okay, I had some other things marked out today, but I think we'll probably just finish with one more. And then we'll call it from there. But yeah, so like I said, we'll save the music puzzles I had marked out for another day. So here's some other news that I have not previously announced. I may, in fact, finally, after all the disruption of the pandemic, I may in fact finally be reunited with my Wii U in a couple weeks. Which means Maker 1 retro stream may in fact happen. Probably not until we get into August at the earliest. Might not even be then, because we might have some other programming that we're doing with Mario Maker 2 as we head into August and September, which I'll also want to tell you about when the time comes. But yeah, assuming that things go well with the recovery of the Wii U, we'll definitely be doing some Maker 1 content at some point. Today, though, we're going to finish up with General BB, or Ketch's Bombastic Pirates Fortress. It seems pretty appropriate to finish up the music stream with really one of the most influential tech researchers when it comes to developing some of the tech that was required for globally loaded looping music. And this was one of the only levels of his that I had missed, in fact. This is Bombastic Pirates Fortress from late last year, just after I went off stream for my hiatus. End of October 2020. Pirates are despicable thieves, but have good taste for music and fashion. Sounds like I'll be breaking into a place. Well, we'll see. Supernova, you're glad I'll never get to play your Maker 1 abominations? Yeah. Mine are nothing to be proud of either. Maker 1 was where we got a certain phase out of our system, I think. Okay, we got loaded in really quickly, just to get the music going right off the bat. And as is usual for General BB, we're going to have a steadily escalating music loop that takes us all the way around a level. Okay, up we go. We're going to drop this guy, and then what's he going to do? Wow, very nice. That's just flexing when it comes to skirting around entity issues, also because it's going to control Roy's positioning. That's part of the purpose here, I think. Yeah, because you're able to control Roy's landing zone that way, I believe. So, nice way to do that setup, just to get everything fired up right away. And then... what do we do? Yeah, okay, Entity Limit is going to release a shell, and then a shell is going to take us up. Or not up, but where do we want to stop with this? Probably back up here, in fact. Yeah, because the on-off switch releases this. I always appreciate a little bit of non-linearity to these levels, such that you're not just going left to right. Whoops. That is not going to be death, because we'll... well, that was theoretically not going to be death, because we could have made it up to Cannonball, maybe, but... let's do this again. Yeah, the nice thing about these huge, expansive, globally looping designs is that they're a really nice break from the linearity that we often associate with music level setups. And of course we've seen a lot of different ways to break out of that as well, with those vertical drops and boss battles and all the variety we've seen this stream. Can I kick this? No, no, I can just ride it out, because we hit checkpoints. Let's duck over here. There we go. Can I jump up here? Looks like I can, and then I probably want to slap the flower, in fact. There we go. Do kind of want to check that top location, but nope. Just gets us around the thwomp. Well, let's come down here. We had the bone shell, we can do this. Icicles are going to do what for me? Just going to clear the path. And I'll catch up in chat in just a moment. I do see, Lecter, what you're saying about the Roy level. I've been kind of playing around with the Roy in the editor as well. Because if you actually set things up in a way that controls his position, there's quite a lot you can do with him. And I quite like the solution to Roy positioning that we've seen in this level. You know, skirting the entity limit just by getting everything to spawn out of blocks here. The editor limit, I should say, obviously not the entity limit of things that are being loaded on screen. Also kind of nice to have Roy being this recurring enemy that you see throughout this layout here. But yeah, that's a really interesting concept for Roy in terms of creating some kind of portable movement with him. Whoops, okay, let's not do that. What does this get me, though? Nothing. Alright, maybe we shouldn't have blown that up. And yeah, missing the sword here. I'm sure that would have been useful for something. Okay, looks like we're going to have a fairy fountain over here of sorts, followed by a flag. Okay, that was a quick jaunt through a very ambitious fortress. So yeah, I got through tons of stuff today, and I think the stream actually held up from beginning to end in terms of the audio quality, which is miraculous, and also shows me that the fixes we made may actually have had an effect. So that's what we intended to do in the first place, and I'm glad we got some good levels out of the deal. Just saw quite a variety of music designs from makers old and new over the past couple hours. And we'll have to return to all of these people at some point. Just to catch up in chat very quickly, I guess, yeah, you were mainly talking about the auto-scroll speed calibration. And yeah, Green Heroes, I think I'd seen something similar with Pom-Pom. I'd seen some pretty interesting Pom-Pom concepts recently, actually, after finding for a long time that she was one of the hardest 3D world elements to see a good idea with. People started showing me some decent boss concepts with her. Control her positioning a bit better. But yeah, if you have more Pom-Pom levels of that sort to show me sometime as an example, that would be fantastic. RTD contest week where Pom-Pom was part of the restrictions. Yeah, I should look into that for sure. Anyway, that's going to be the end of this stream. We're going to send you off on a raid in a moment, but in terms of scheduling, viewer levels will return in this time slot tomorrow and the day after, barring any emergencies. And yeah, I had seen the RTD tag before. I don't think I actually knew it stood for Roll the Dice, but thanks for explaining that. We'll send you off into a raid in just a moment, but first of all, I have the thing that I wanted to announce at the end of the stream, which is the lineup that we will be running for the midweek indie streams over the next 2 or 3 weeks. So they're all short games that I plan to do in 1 or 2 sittings, and they are the following. So we've got these 6 lined up. Not necessarily in this order. I don't know what the order will be yet, because it will depend on whether they go down in 1 session or in 2, and sometimes that's going to depend on puzzle difficulty. But this is what you have to look forward to in the short term, and depending on how things go schedule-wise, we may even follow that up with some other indie content after that. So yeah, this is one of the reasons I really wanted to make sure our stream quality was back in order, because some of these are very pretty looking games, and I certainly look forward to seeing and hearing them. And Mang, you've played all 3 of them on the right. Okay. Yeah, I know you recommended some of these to me previously, and so definitely looking forward to that. And so yeah, it'll be a good mix, I think, of a couple of different styles of games, and hopefully we'll see some of you present. So, with that said, I'm going to be scanning around for a raid in just a moment, and sending you on to somebody interesting. See you around Review Levels this weekend, and thanks as always for watching. And yeah, we'll be posting about the schedule in Discord as well when I have the order a little bit more determined. But in the meantime, let's send you on to somebody else who's doing Mario Maker. So thank you so much, everybody, for dropping by and for some of the level suggestions that we've seen today. And we'll pass you on in just a moment. So have a good night, or a good morning, or heading into good afternoon, wherever you are. Hey, yeah, I think I know who we're going to be sending you off to. But I'll update you on that in just a moment. For now, fare thee well.